Okay. Hajimeru. Oh. Let's go here, because then we get goodies. I'll probably go for more. I don't know why, you know, I was like, oh, let's get the gaming out of the way today so then I can really focus on drawing. But I took a couple-hour break, and I was just like, well, I just wanted to fucking draw more. Or, play more game. What? Okay. Okay, go, go, go. Where? Yo. Welcome back. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Yeah, they'll get a bunch. Fuck! No! No! No. Damn it. The bubbles didn't do that much. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, fucking come on. This is bullshit. Alright, we gotta redo that. We gotta roll that back. So, like, bubble and, like, elephant was the way to go, I think. Honestly, even maybe double bubble would work. Let's try that. Yeah. Bubble is, it's just, I hate to admit it, but it is just really way too good. Yeah, fuck. Bubble is just, it's too good. No. Oh my god, we did it. No! Oh, there we go. Whew. Not that I even need the fucking pink or purple coins or whatever the fuck they're called. Wonder coins, flower coins. Fucking sphincter coins. Oh no. Oh no. God damn it. Oh wow. Oh my god. He turned into a Super Meat Boy boss. Look out. Shut up! Stop screaming! Shut up and don't say a word. $1. Not exactly the best, Oh, shit. Oh. We gotta give up. God damn it, again? That was my bad. I guess I could do that. Oh, I guess I got it. Hurry the fuck up. Get over here. Why the fuck would you die? Nope, can't. Oh, that's what I should have did. I should have used the fucking Buzzy Beetle shell. Hell yeah, that I can fuck with. Ooh, fuck. I couldn't get it. I didn't want to risk it. It's too... Oh. Damn it. Oh, shit, fuck. It didn't, it ate my button press. Ooh. Buddy tried it. Fucking... God damn it. I jumped at the wrong time. Oh, poor Toad. He couldn't do it. Oh, geez, here we go. Oh, this one's... Yep, this one's gonna be faced. It made it seem like it was gonna fucking jump high or whatever. Fuck. That scared me. Never give up. We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Oh, fuck. Nice. Now we just have to find the Wunder flower. Oh! Shit, what the fuck was that? Damn it. The bubble is kind of slightly busted, I will say. Okay, we got that coin already. Okay, that really didn't amount to much. I was gonna say, I touched him. Oh, he even blows bubbles. He's doing the thing. Oh, fuck. I didn't expect him to do that. Oh my god. God damn it. Enough with the acrobatics. Oh. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Good die. It's like the fucking one episode. That's like one of the few things I know about High Guardian Spice is there's like this dragon that like explodes into like a skeleton or something. He goes, I'm okay, and then he fucking flies in the sky and explodes. It's really, that show is kind of fucking weird. What? We don't have enough Wonder Seeds? How? I think I've pretty much got every single one. Did I miss something? I missed like 3 of them. Wow. Oh, whoops. I skipped a whole section. Oopsie! Oh, fuck. Oops. Well, you better hope I find another fucking thing of water. Nice. Oh, I really didn't. Oh no, don't tell me there's like some fucking secret exit. Oh no. Wow! That was my fault for not following that. Holy shit. Wow, it's almost like it's a reference to the hit video game Super Mario Bros. 2 USA. Oh, no worries, dude. Just had to redo a level again. That's all. We're literally in the Mario 2 reverse world. Oh, there is. Okay, so there's absolutely worlds where we miss secret exits. Oh my god, he looks so fucking menacing with that shader like setup. His fucking nice, friendly smile is horrifying. Man, I swear to God, every place around me that makes Slurpees does them terribly. They're all awful. Oh God, I forgot. There's more. There's more behind the lava. I don't know where to get ices other than like maybe. Oh, that. Am I? Oh, I get it. Okay, I had a bit of a. Okay. Here we go. Nice. I guess I could get him at, like, maybe Meyer or something, but, like... Oh, shit. Not what I wanted. God damn it. Oh, I gotta do that again. Fuck. I'm surprised they left this entire, like, last part of this level. No. In fact, we have to do that again. I didn't master shit. Oh, fuck. Okay, I don't need that one. Alright, whatever. Ooh. Wasn't perfect. But... Stop asking me about the fucking badges. I don't want to hear it. Oh, shit. What did I hit? Okay. It is really annoying to have to time jumps when you can't see yourself. Oh, there it is. Ignore video game.
Actually, it's going to be super easy, barely an inconvenience.
At least this one I can see where the fuck I'm going. Damn it. Nope. God damn it. Okay. Enough fucking around. No! Fuck, I missed. God damn it. No! Fuck. Okay, there we go. God. Oh. Damn it. Oh my God. Ah. Susumi! Oh my god. Oh, they knew that one was brutal. That's why they had so many checkpoints. Look at all the badge challenges. No. Shut up. Ooh, nice. Special world, let's go! Yes. Wow. I can't believe I fucking brought it back. God damn it. Oh my god. It's the Satanic Panic sequel. Fucking... Fuck. Okay. Ooh. Nardu Hodo. Fuck my ass. Why can I not do this all of a sudden? Okay, ooh. That's gonna cost me. Nice! Oh no, it's Mr. Dragman. Fuck! God damn it. Alright. I'm gonna pee real quick. Well, I'll be right back. Don't worry. Don't go anywhere. Wait. Forgot to turn the mic back on. Whoops. Fuck off! How am I supposed to know about that? You can't even see it on the screen. There we go. God, I don't want to do that again. Oh. We did it. We can go do Special World. Just dump off a bunch of coins. Oh my god. We have done it. Oh, it's a Bowser's Castle. forgot about this. Oh no. Oh my god. No! That was on purpose, you motherfucker. Okay, well, really not much I could do about that one. Oh god, we haven't even seen these yet. I forgot. Oh, fuck. Oh, cool. I didn't know it fucking gets destroyed. Amazing. Oh no. We have to start all over again. That bubble flower is gonna come in clutch. No! Oh, fucking goddamn it. I itched my ear. Oh. God damn it. Oh, I'm just getting carried at this point. I missed the lightning. Oh god, what is happening? Oh no, it's the fucking void. Alright, whatever. I'll get carried by Mario. Even if it's kind of bullshit. Nope. Wow. I absolutely did not deserve that at all. I didn't deserve that at all. But I also beat this game before, and I'm absolutely positive I've beaten this stage. That was... I should have turned Wi-Fi off for that one. That wasn't fun. But that's everything for the special stage. We did it. We got all the things in the special stage. We're missing some from Petal Isles. What did I miss? There's clearly some places that have, like, hidden exits or something. We're good here. We're good in the fucking Miyazaki Poison Swamp. We're missing a couple in the desert, I think. Oh, he was talking about Captain Toad. Unless there is some secret thing I just don't know about. There's got to be like a secret exit or something to one of these levels that I'm missing. Let me look it up real quick. Oh man, I'm gonna have to fucking... Ew. I'll have to look at a fucking Polygon article. 36. So I'm missing one. There's 30 in Fluff Pluff Peaks, so I'm missing one there. And then I'm missing one in Pipe Rock. Petal Isles has 34. So we're kind of way off. Well, then what the fuck? I should have everything. Unless I didn't... Did I miss the shop from here? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Unbelievable. I can't believe I fucked that up. I can't believe you committed suicide. How could you commit suicide? Alright, we're good there. Ah. So there is one we gotta do here. I don't like the noise that my washing machine is making. Murder! I love murder! After the musical number, use the note blocks to jump on the angled pipe. Yeah, fucking... Oh. And that should be everything for stage 1. Oh, whoa. What does this turn into you? Oh, it's Captain Snowed! Wow, a completely useless reward. Thank you. Well, that was that. $30, so we're gonna have to really try, guys. Two. 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 One. 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 I appear to be missing a level. Oh, there's a completely fucking entire level that I just didn't do. Wow. Amazing. Oh, I didn't have to do that. The mobile phone. He does it. Thank you. Oh, I didn't even need that. I literally could just jump up. Nice. No! I was rushing. Oops. No! Fuck. That was so stupid of me. God damn it. Oh, man. It does kind of suck to have to play the whole stage again. Fuck. See, I'm getting lazy. So I'm taking too many hits. Wow, I went all the way up and then had to come back down for that. Nice. Whew. Well, I think that's all of them for that level. We did it. Okay, we need to find this Angler Poppins house. I think. Where the fuck is he? There used to be a guy. Oh, there he is. Okay, well, how the fuck do you go to his house? That's what I want to know. Because we need to go to his house to get a goodie. Alright, whatever. Let's see. I think we need like 30 here. Unless this counts as a... Oh, this might count as another world. Look at his fucking Jimmy Neutron ass looking hair. I do not like that icon. I do not like that icon. It looks fucked. Like, it looks like he has really tiny little slit eyes. I know they're trying to do, like, the sissy hypno eyes, but it just looks like someone forgot to color in the rest of his eyes from how small it is. Am I still technically in Petal Isles? I guess so. But, that being said, how many are in fucking 34? Alright, so I'm gonna take a break. Because I don't want to beat this game. I mean, I get... Yeah, nah. I want to save this for later. Because we're about to essentially beat the game. We got, like, a couple stages here. But there's not much left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you guys on hold. And I'm going to take a quick break. Stretch out my little leggies. And we'll move into some drawing. Don't go anywhere.
for you.
This one fucking slaps. Nothing to say, let's just get into it. You know what? Let's not do this on this side. I think we can sell the effect properly with the correct pattern on the front. I just gotta find that fucking specific pattern. Again, I know I had the tab saved. Oh no, I missed Scorpio on fucking, on HLJ. Oh no. Oh no, not Wahoo. Yes. Oh shit, something fell down. What was that? Oh, that was my ruler. Yeah, very unfortunate. Okay, so It is what it is, unfortunately. Oops. Oh, come on, man. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who said anything about that? Oh, come on. What? What is that? I am sorry, I gotta go do my laundry real quick, because otherwise I'm not gonna have bed sheets. Unfortunately. And I need those for tonight. So I'm gonna go handle that real quick. Did it really? Fuck, dude. That's brutal. Anyways, I'll be right back. Woo! Sorry about that, everyone.
So I missed.
But, I guess the timer on my washer is either shit or broken because, it said 1 minute for like a solid fucking 5 to 10 minutes. And I have no idea what that was about. But,
they were part of, and the modern age have caused many arguments over how overhyped they are. Hendrix might have been great at guitar, but he wasn't always the best singer. He constantly play out of tune, and he'd get really high. But at the end of the day, I think people can find charm in the imperfections of something good. Link and Hendrix are also both left-handed. Ocarina is full of innovations to dungeon design and combat mechanics that really did change the way 3D action adventure games were made. And these days, it can be very easy to forget this. The 3D is a bit primitive by modern standards, and a lot of its innovations have been iterated and improved upon in similar
I just found out that Gura fucking graduated. Oh shit, where are my slippers? God damn it.
Because of how huge
I have to get up and get those.
People worked on it. It had 5 directors, but the top dog is still this guy, Miyamoto. He was the producer, and he made Donkey Kong. He most likely spent the majority of development communicating a vision and working with the directors. He's a pretty important guy, but he does have his detractors. He's not the nicest.
Maybe
guy
those
in the world.
3
Don't let him
fucking
smile.
Gura Nendoroids I have now will be worth way more money.
I worked with him actually, and he wasn't a big fan. He told me Shiggy would just show up to his department, be cold as fuck to the staff, but when it was time to clock out, he'd try and kick it with everybody like he was just one of the guys. I feel like he was telling the truth because later on I found this article interviewing the Argonaut guys who made Star Fox, and I guess Miyamoto would just come in and start smoking and talking about trees. That kind of eccentric personality probably contributed to a lot of his best ideas, but he's also got that old school Japanese businessman mentality and can be a bit stuck in his ways. This is supposedly why several series have been totally fucked up. But I mean, I don't know, Bukowski beat his wife, and that shit was on TV, so imagine how it was privately. And speaking of imagining shit, Gandhi shoved shit up little girls' asses and then made them do it to him too. So in comparison, sabotaging Paper Mario isn't such a bad trade-off. Of course, no one's perfect, and sometimes people are just dicks. Not everyone can be an Eric Johnson, but I think it's important to bring up these shortcomings before I suck on his little pixelated cock for 2 hours. We'll get more into the directors and others as we keep trucking along, since a lot of guys made some really important contributions, but they're more specific things. So the main thing to understand here is that
Yeah, you know,
time kicks ass.
Gura definitely ruined that fucking... I mean, like, the IKEA fucking Blodgehog thing has been a thing for a minute.
Nightmare about this guy who looks at him disapprovingly. Then he wakes up and finds out his stepdad got
But, like, she definitely kind of overtook that whole thing.
this other kid might or won't let us talk to, and says that if we're gonna help, we need to be armed. Link is this
But I have 3 fucking unopened Gura Nendoroids. I wonder if they'll be worth money now. It's in my big pile of shit to sell. Because I think you know, that was the first time I ever thought, oh, maybe I can make some money through figures. And then I just never stuck the landing, and I was like, okay, I suck at this. I'll never, ever do it again. So I've just had like 3 of them sitting in the fucking box.
So if you're replaying, there's a lot of tutorials you can just skip.
I guess I could have tried to move them on like my figure collection or something. I just never did, which I guess is a good thing now.
As you get closer, they start to fade in. Whoa! There's a lot of
Cause
little things like this throughout the game to really sell the world and its inhabitants. Getting the knife requires figuring out how to crawl through spaces and open chests. And after getting it, there's a lot of grass really encouraging you to play around with Link's attacks. Even the signs can be cut down, which wasn't a common thing in games at the time. It'd be fun if you could read from the cut-up sign and have the text stop prematurely, but nah. Link reads so fast, too. He seems like he'd win the spelling bee and act all shitty about it. He'd give the Today Show interviewer a hard time with his literal answers to the questions. Such a shithead. Wording the game through getting your equipment ends up being pretty efficient because before you know it, enemies are popping out, and you're swinging at shit, and you're in a dungeon.
But yeah, I fully fucking blame Hololive Ian for like this I guess I technically do count as a VTuber. I've kind of had this sort of debate with myself.
It was Christmas and I was all excited and this shit ruined it. I was 6 years old, so it didn't feel natural for me to look up at the ceiling like this. You can't do that on Sega Genesis. But even 25 years later, getting the player to look up like this is still tricky to do in games. You have to give a very direct prompt or visual.
Yeah, I really hate that another Japanese niche thing that I thought was kind of cool
out the environment,
got
so that
fucking
by the time you
overtaken
solve
by a
those
bunch of
puzzles,
screaming
slide
Western
over and
autists
it becomes second nature. Putting this right up front at the start of the
who
game,
then kind of try to make their own bastardized version of it.
This is like when Obama was
That's
elected.
just
It's like,
completely
yeah,
inferior.
fucking black and shit. They didn't need to completely reinvent the wheel though. The foundation for 3D dungeon designs was already set in A Link to the Past. Dungeons there were designed as if they were a 3D environment. There's elevation and terrain, and dungeons have floors, which means you can jump or fall down holes to descend to rooms below. In Ocarina, this idea is used right away in this first dungeon and gets you thinking with gravity on top of that in order to break the spider web at terminal velocity. But in a true 3D environment, they can now design with more nuance. You can have slopes and a camera that lets you interact with stuff on the walls and ceiling, which they take advantage of with the first boss, Skoma. It's a game of positioning yourself well on the ground while lining up your shots to hit it in the eye. I love how bright the eye is. It's great for signaling to the player that they should hit it, but it contrasts so well with how dark the rest of the room is and gives the fight a great mood. Usually first bosses are kind of underwhelming, but this one always feels great to take down. Even though the game teaches you a lot visually, our fairy Navi will stop us every once in a while to give hints, which can be alright if you're playing it for the first time. She'll alert you when enemies are around also. There's this cute little interaction with these Deku Scrubs too. They're there to teach you how to use your shield, but after deflecting an attack, they'll run away and you can chase them down. And then they start talking to you and giving you hints. They eventually tell you how to solve a puzzle in the final room, which seems to be a Michael Jordan reference. Miyamoto wanted every enemy to have this amount of interaction, but in the end, only these guys truly realized his vision. The rest of the enemies don't play fun little games like this. They just beat the shit out of you. After such a fun time, this game takes a break by having the tree give us this stone and some exposition. The text isn't the fastest in this game, but it's even slower during this history lesson he gives. That's why people use the Japanese text when they're trying to beat it really fast. The game kind of front loads these cutscenes on you, and I think I prefer it this way. It gives us context to the
But yeah,
and establishes
seems like Hololive is fucking being run into the
There's
ground.
everything you need to know, and it's all from
I guess it went public at some point on the stock market, and there was like a reason for that. That wasn't just greed. I guess there was some like lump of money that he had to pay back.
Oh fuck. Our friend Sario wants to wish us goodbye with this nice ocarina, but Link's about to throw this shit in the trash the second he finds another one. He's looking at it like he's trying to be impressed with a Christmas card. We can leave now, but the acoustics out here are great, and I just got this thing, so I think I want to practice my scales. Never know I'm gonna be asked to perform, and I don't want to go out and eat my balls. Oh man, Hyrule Field, I love this shit. The music is so great. Oh fuck, is this like being done on purpose? It's like when you're about to head out the door to ride your bike, but mom and dad are being lame and stop you to make sure you wear your helmet so you don't bump your head, and knee pads so you don't scrape your knees.
Well, I guess that doesn't matter what
Cock
it
so you
looks
don't get
like.
too excited when you go down the hill. Fucking pacifier in your mouth and butt plug in your anus. This place is great, even in the early game when there's not much to do. I can't help but love the scale of it, the blue sky with the music. I love every corner of this place. This is also where we're introduced to a flowing time. It goes from day to night, a first for a Zelda game. In Hyrule Field, the sun will go down after a few minutes and the overworld music will fade out with it. You hear a wolf's howl introducing you to the night version. Hyrule Field is mostly barren during the day, but at night there's these enemies called Style Children that come out, and there's this fun thing to them where they'll come out bigger and bigger as you kill more of them, and eventually drop a bunch of rupees. The only thing we can do at the moment is go to Hyrule Castle and see Zelda, which makes us do this weird stealth section I've always found kind of janky. I just found one rudimentary path to get past these guards as a kid, and I've used it ever since. I don't know if there's more paths or what, but it doesn't really matter since there's only one other stealth section in the game, and by that time you have a deadlier arsenal that lets you quickly take care of the problem. Oh man, I love this part. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see Yoshi. Hey, oh, it's here. Yes, there he is. There he is. Yes, yes, there he is. Yes, yes, there he is. Oh, and Zelda. Yeah, she's real important. I gotta say, years ago when I was playing this game for the first time, I had to quit. There was nothing wrong with the game, but it was just getting awkward. You see, I put my own name in the file, like I do that in every game, and I was just shocked to see the game actually called me that. At first it wasn't that bad, it was just a tree. But then I got to Zelda and she looked all happy to see me and giggled and smiled and said my name. I had to turn the game off because it was just too unrealistic. But even though I've watched this scene several times at this point, I always end up tapping out. You'd think it'd be exciting to see Zelda since she's in like the title of the game, but she just meanders and tells me stuff the tree already said. And poor Link can't talk to her, so he can't let her know that he's already heard this shit before. Oh god, I didn't mean to skip all that shit. She's just trying to tell me not to trust Ganondorf because he's a minority. But there's been so much slow text to this point that I just want to like skip it as fast as I can. The issue is that Zelda, the game, is more about the adventure and using new abilities and knickknacks to get to new places. Zelda needs to give me the hook shot or something and I'd be more involved. See, this chick over here, Impa, she has the right idea because she's gonna give us our first song, which we can play in front of triangles, go through waterfalls and shit. Zelda's Lullaby. Link, calm down. It's not a race. Zelda's gonna have insomnia. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, maybe we can get rid of the tone on the sketchbook, and that shadow will read better.
Stuff we can do on the way there. Mainly getting 2 bottles and 2 songs. Both bottles involve collecting chickens, but the more fun one is in Malon's house in Long Lawn Ranch. So the minigame is just about seeing where he throws the chickens and grabbing them as soon as you can. No, Link, don't grab that! The minigame just ends if you do that, and you have to restart. The minigame itself is fun. You have to find the right chickens hidden in the pack. There's a time limit to get you really rushing, and the music just further gets the anxiety going. To me, that Long Lawn Ranch is the heart of
Alright,
Hyrule.
let's
It's
find
in the middle of the
some
map.
action
I
line
understand Hyrule
shot
Castle could be
thing.
in the middle since they want to keep that massive scale that they have. So a smaller town that's isolated
Ooh, here we
like
go.
Long Lawn Ranch that doesn't need anywhere else is a must. But I feel like it might have been nice to have it have some more utility. Maybe a shop could have helped with that, but it also might not fit with the aesthetics of the area. There are farms, so they only really have milk. I guess they could have sold different kinds of milk to do what the potions do later. But whatever, I like it as a hub, even if it doesn't offer much. It's just a cozy place with nice music. I love to come here at night and fuck with the birds. Just shoot them with my slingshot and wake up the whole family. You know, it always bugged me that it's called Long Lawn Ranch. Was it named by the same guy in Mario 64 who came up with Cool Mountain, Dire Docks, fucking Moo Meadows, and Dry Desert? You can get a Pona song here from Malon that lets us fill up bottles of milk whenever there's cows around. Milk is great in the early game because it restores 5 hearts and can be used twice. Just chug the whole thing, Link. Don't be a pussy. But luckily, this means that with the amount of hearts we have now, for the first 3 dungeons, we basically have 2 full HP recoveries per bottle. And we're about to have 3 of them. Now no one can fuck with us because we have milk. It's cool because we already associate milk with helping kids grow and calcium and all that, so we kind of just instinctively get that young Link is going to get more out of it. But it's kind of weird. Even as an adult, you never really see Link eat. It's always just this red applesauce and green applesauce and whatever the fuck this is, Go-Gurt or something. You'd think Link would be like one of those anime protagonists that's all gluttonous like Goku or Homer Simpson, but no, he's all about the liquids. Link is hardcore. He just drinks milk straight from the cow. And when he's older, he drinks it straight off of Malon. What is Long Lawn milk anyways? Does it taste different from regular milk? What makes it Lawn? How do you make it? Okay, let's check this out.
And now, let's cook.
I remember this fucking jump scared the shit out of me when I first saw it, because it's a fucking Rich Alvarez video.
Okay, look, I don't need to know what Long Lawn milk is, okay?
And then he fucking showed up in the comments.
That's fine. The most convenient song we can get is the one in this graveyard in Kakariko Village. After making our way through some spooky shit, we can read something from the tomb that gives us the sun song.
The sky dies the same. The stars, the moon.
It lets us change from day to night whenever we want, without having to go into Hyrule Field or Death Mountain Trail and wait. Time stays
Let's
static
see.
in towns because most NPCs aren't out at night, and if they wanted to have the clock run, they'd have to add schedules for the villagers, and that's just some advanced shit they weren't ready to do until the sequel. We want to be heading to Goron City to get their stone, but their leader Darunia doesn't want anything to do with us because everyone here is dealing with this big guy called King Dodongo in Dodongo's Cavern. To get Darunia's attention, we actually have to go back home and find Saria to learn a groovy new song to play for him. It's a pretty long trek back though, which is is a bit of a chore to do with young Link and his little legs. Traveling long distances like this was probably designed for when you can ride around on a fucking horse, which makes this game like twice as fun. Hell, I'll ride around Hyrule Field just for the enjoyment with no objective in mind. It's great. But without the horse's speed, it becomes a bit tedious. So it's a good thing that if you're perceptive enough, you can take one of the Deku Sticks you got in the previous dungeon and use it to light these torches to get into the Lost Woods really quickly. This place has a couple...
Oh man, I wish I had the fucking patience to deal with eBay. I don't want to deal with fucking their bullshit and their fees and their taxes. I feel like I would be a lot better at selling things if I put it on eBay, but I don't want to fucking deal with it. I really don't.
You're constantly presented with new places to go in. Most just take you back to Kokiri Forest, but there's a couple actual branches that take you to some fun extras, like that bridge where Saria gave us the ocarina. Now we can run around the lower section, and there's also these guys selling nuts. That constant threat of being taken back to Kokiri Forest when going into most of these exits creates this feeling of insecurity and subverts what you come to expect out of this world. But you're not left completely in the dark. On the first time through, the game uses some dynamic music to let you hear the melody as you approach the correct path. You ever play this game with headphones? Things are always panned really far. It's like I'm listening to the Doors on stereo. We also meet a new enemy on the way to Saria called a Wolfos. This is one of the easiest enemies in the game, but for some reason people have a really hard time dealing with them.
You little fuckers. There's actually a couple of Wolfos.
I can't find a good sound effect for drawer.
Attack as often as you can. See if you can get a damage on both of them.
You guys are dicks. Just...
It's not really considered a cheat. It is a modification. I do not support cheating at all. I play this game enough times, I figured
Open
this
mouth.
sprite modification looks
Something opening.
That
Come on.
didn't work.
Come on.
doesn't affect gameplay, and so it's completely fine.
Isn't there something with backflips for these guys?
Yeah, I'm kind of doing it. No.
All you need to do is wait for them to approach, and then hit the tail after they attack. As an adult, they die in a single hit. Even as a kid, Link can kill them in one hit if he's really upset. At least the plants in the Deku Tree actually make you approach them because they're like stationary. With these ones, you don't even have to worry about that. They'll just come and throw their hitbox at you. Just tap back and press B.
The closest thing I have is kata.
She takes some time to teach it to us.
Slide kata.
It sounds great, but it's only really used to progress the game and get a heart piece. It's a lot like the Song of Storms, which also sounds great, but is also only used to progress the
Okay,
game
let's
and
see,
get a
we'll
heart
do...
piece. I guess you can play the song to hit Saria up on her phone, but all she'll do is give you some little tip, like, hey, Link, you know, you have to go do something in the mountains, my hair is green. But Navi already does that without even needing to get permission. Maybe they were trying to create a preference system, like in the forgotten Sega Saturn game, Bulk Slash, where you pick up different chicks that give you the same directions, but in a slightly different tone of voice. That's not really important, though. All that really matters is that after playing the song for Darunia, we get the bomb bracelet, so now Link has enough confidence to pick up these bombs from the plants. And these things get used extensively in Dodongo's Cavern.
This isn't final. I'm just writing this
The
down.
bomb flower is brilliant because it creates a controlled environment for the puzzles that keeps you from overthinking things, but also has the bombs regenerate, making it super forgiving. This could be someone's first Zelda game. It could take them once or 10
I gotta
times
come
before they
back
really
and,
understand
like...
how bomb puzzles work. So letting them get a grip on the fundamentals before giving them a resource conserve saves a lot of frustration. And I tell you, when I finally got the bomb back,
I just put a
completely.
small
But
reminder
also
for
the
myself.
regulation, it's a great feeling to be able to just pull bombs out whenever you want. And since the dungeon circles around, you can use them to finally get back at some of the enemies giving you a hard time earlier. Yeah, that's
Her,
such a cool
like,
animation. I love
her
how
little
the eye explodes. In fact, everything
thing is
explodes
too
in this
intense
dungeon.
for me.
The Amos statues, the Armos, the Dodongos, they really spell it out
I'll
for
fix
you.
it
How do you
later.
think we fight the boss? You throw bombs at him. Unlike in previous games, we don't have to deal with the same music in every dungeon anymore. In Ocarina, Koji Kondo gave every area its own unique theme to add character. Dodongo's music is all eerie and Aphex twin sounding. The fact that Kondo can go from this to upbeat and adventurous or low-key and relaxing really shows off his versatility as a composer. And I love how rooms here are separated by these black voids. Just like the Lost Woods, it creates a sense of tension every time you move forward towards something new. Mixed with the music, it's a perfect feeling. But this is also the first dungeon where you really have to move heavy objects onto switches. There's several of these in the game and none of them are fun. You gotta push these fucking statues on the fucking switches so that the fucking door will open. I'm never happy when I have to do these. They stink. There's this really shitty one in the water temple that takes 5 hours. They're only ever really interesting when there's something to spruce things up, like needing to make your own block or having to use an object that doesn't seem relevant at first. But just slowly pushing an object onto a switch, like forget about it, knock it off. Cut it out with that shit. It's also here where we run into the first of the dungeon mid-bosses. This one has 2 sets. One where you fight the Rockefellers and another where you fight the royal family of England. They're pretty straightforward. You gotta defend against their attacks and hit them back. But the jumping attack they do is really cool. Just that move alone will filter people because it requires that you have a really solid grasp on the lock-on feature and also have the right shield. This was one of the first mainstream games to have a lock-on camera system, but the whole camera in general still feels great to this day. One of the nicest quality of life
I need to find it. I think I want to reference something for those eyes.
To see straight ahead with just the push of the Z button. It was a bit tricky to get Mario to do this. He was having some issues at the time, but Link pulls it off like it's nothing. Z-targeting lets you lock onto enemies, which makes Link always face in their direction. You don't have to worry anymore about lining yourself upright for the hit. Now you can just think about the spacing and the right time to swing. This freedom allows for them to make some pretty complex enemies like the Stalfos, who make rapid movements that would be unmanageable without a lock-on system. And these lizard fucks are kind of like that. Even though they're jumping behind you all the time, it doesn't feel disorientating because the camera always does a great job of adjusting and keeping things visible without any input from the player. It also has some other uses that are cool, like letting Link talk to people on locations he can't normally reach. It gives the artists more freedom on where they can place NPCs. What's crazy is that the directors actually got the idea of Z-targeting from a play, which just goes to show how you can find inspiration anywhere. One of the more fun facts about development is that they tested out this mechanic with an R-Wing in Kokiri Forest to get it feeling just right for what they wanted. You can actually still access and play this with a Game Shark, and it's pretty fun to mess with. But you might be wondering why the R-Wing is so small. Well, as it turns out, in an interview with Miyamoto, he said Star Fox himself wasn't available, so they had to build a smaller one to fit his replacement.
Have you ever used a sensory deprivation
After
tank?
killing the Dongo and getting the stone, you gotta head to the top of the mountain. But I want to get some more equipment and hearts and play with my bombs a bit. Goron City seems like a good place to look for heart pieces. I mean, we're here anyways, and the music is fantastic, so let's just chill. There's this cool vase in the middle of the city that spins and rotates, and you can throw bombs in to get a heart piece. But in my last playthrough, I was really having trouble with this.
Here's a good one.
Link, these are really valuable. You don't come across them that often. Oh, fuck. I spent a bunch of time trying to find new bombs, but I couldn't find anything. So I thought, oh, fuck it. I guess I'll just get the heart piece later. I'll just continue on. But I couldn't because I didn't have any bombs. I started getting all cocky. Oh, 5 will be enough. I can afford more. It's not like rupees are scarce. But I immediately fucked up all 5 throws and ran out of bombs again. So I went out and farmed for pennies. Hitler would have had a grand old time with me. For my 3rd attempt, I decided to splurge a bit and get 10 bombs. Oh man, I'm going crazy. Look out, gang. Cutting loose over here. Alright, round 3. Let's go. Jesus Christ, the sun's back up. This shit took Link a whole day. That owl we met earlier is waiting for us at the top of the mountain. He must be steaming. This area is actually pretty important because it has a first great fairy fountain. This one gives us magic and lets us charge an attack, but later ones give us spells that are really useful. Din's fire has this big hitbox and is needed for some puzzles. Pharaoh's wind lets you set up warp points to return to whenever you want. It's really handy for later dungeons. And Naru's love lets you be invincible. And for a pretty fucking long time, too. Normally when I have a resource like magic, I tend to want to be a little bit more on the conservative side and not use it unless I have to. But Pharaoh's wind especially is so useful that it kind of bypasses that urge. I love the design of these fairies, too. In previous Zelda games, they're a little generic, but here they're these giant chicks that do this shrieking laugh when they show up. It's kind of scary as a kid. You're not really sure if they're friendly or not. Everything about the way they pose to how they're framed by the camera gives them this mysterious otherworldly quality, which is also emphasized by the rooms they're in and the whimsical music. It feels like you're visiting some place you don't belong in, which is so much cooler than just some chick with a wand. At this point, it's crazy. You can go right to the 3rd stone, but Hyrule Castle really opens up after getting bombs and has a couple of heart pieces and upgrades available. There's also this mass trading side quest. This can be kind of boring unless you like going around looking for people, but the real fun comes from getting to wear new masks and see how NPCs react to you. There's actually a lot of extra dialogue for these, it's cool, but trying to keep that from getting out of control is also probably why Link can't wear them as an adult, aside from the insecurity. I think all the minigames here are fun. One of the toughest is the shooting gallery, but that's mainly just because of the controls. Aiming in this game is pretty wonky in general. The N64 joystick isn't that sensitive compared to modern controllers, so the aiming was made real stiff to compensate. But most of these sticks have been worn down as shit because Nintendo couldn't afford to lube them up outside of Japan. So most controllers won't even give you the full range of motion anymore. I had to get this special replacement stick by Kirch Bent, which works great, but geez, what a hassle just to play Zelda. There was a remake for this game on 3DS which uses gyro controls to shoot, and it feels great in comparison, but I guess I'm a bit of a purist, so I stick with the original. Besides, after finishing this minigame, we get more space for ammo, so I have a lot more room for mistakes. My favorite minigame here, though, is definitely Bomb Shoot Bowling. It's got some great prizes like a heart piece and an upgrade for our bomb bag. I always entertain the thought of the clerk here having to work another shift after this as a bartender somewhere, and might pour you a Chateau Romani on the house if you're a regular. I like the fact that she's always sleeping at first when you come in, and almost forgets to let you know what prize is in play. It gives her some personality. It doesn't feel like just some customer service robot selling you shit like most NPCs in games. In fact, most Hylians are cool. This guy's all casual. He's leaning back and has a tattoo. There's even this other guy who's itchy. Hyrule Castle is such a comfy place and it brightens up the game a lot, even at night. Notice how some of the houses still have their lights on, like they're working an all-nighter. I also love how there's this guy here just looking out of his window on the upper floor waiting for the sun to rise. I love a good sunrise. It's almost like a fourth wall kind of joke about how time doesn't pass in the game when you're visiting a town. He looks like he might be one of the twin jugglers who are always yucking it up in the daytime. So maybe his brother fell asleep and he's feeling a little melancholic not having someone to riff with, and is forced to find a new sense of purpose in life. I love how there's no music at night. It closes the distance between the player and themselves and the game as well. Just the sound of the breeze and the barking dogs. Dogs will follow you around too if you get near them, and you can use this to get a heart piece from this woman who lost her dog. She named it Richard like it's a person. That's so cute. I bet she puts sweaters on it. I bet she puts Deku Nut butter on her pussy and has Richard lick it off. Our last stone is in Zora's domain, but first we have to go through Zora's River. At this point, I'm noticing how nice the pacing is in this game. Hyrule Field doesn't have many enemies unless it's nighttime, so these segments where you can make your way down a path and deal with a couple enemies before arriving in a new town work great. Death Mountain also did this for Goron City. It gives you some action and... wait, hold on. Okay. It gives you some action and areas to explore before having things settle in a new town where you solve problems by playing songs and catching fish. All while NPCs build up the dungeon and dialogue talking about how scary it is or the problem it's causing for them. Just gives us as much motivation as possible before having us actually jump into the action of it. Zora's domain is so cool. I don't know if the effect on the wall is steam or reflection or more water, but I really like the effect. Zoras in general are really cool. They never go like, oh my god, look at me, I'm a fish. They just act like anybody else, and you can play mini games with them. The quest in this area has you getting the only mandatory bottle in the game and teaches you how to use it. You gotta share this little girl's letter to her dad to let everyone know that she's inside this big fish that they all love called Jabu Jabu. So you also have to use the bottle to catch a smaller fish and then give it to the big fish so that you can go get her back. For some reason the Zora is selling fish for like 30 rupees, but you can just get one right outside the shop for free. It's like paying for flies in Africa. As a kid, I always freaked out by the notion of being in here and doing some internal damage to Jabu's organs while fighting enemies. Or the fact there even were enemies in here in the first place, like electric jellyfish and dangling tentacles you gotta dismember. And Jabu Jabu himself doesn't say a word about this. In fact, he doesn't talk the whole game. Does he know that Zoras worship him? Does he even know his own name? Is he retarded? In any case, the Princess Ruto is inside of this befuddlement. We gotta go looking for the last stone together because she lost the fucking thing. This is the only dungeon where we have a companion that we can interact and solve puzzles with. Mainly gotta use her weight to hold down switches and pry open blocked doors. Link can throw her at enemies too, and she's fine with it. She doesn't have a health meter or anything, but she will wear on your patience meter unless you're one of those really cool guys who wants their face smushed under the tits of that chick from the AT&T commercials. Boy, I'll tell you, she'll berate you and tell you that the jellyfish and enemy music are totally fine and to just go away. But you have to ignore what she says and keep talking to make things work. Totally counterintuitive, just like in real life. If she ends up in a body of water, by the way, she just drowns. You think she would thrive in that environment, but no, she totally shits the bed in that regard. This dungeon does a great job of easing you into more non-linear thinking. It's still a straightforward dungeon with little noise to distract you, but knowing where to go next is something you have to think about yourself now. There's been this subtle progression from Navi flat out telling you where to go in the Deku Tree, to having more visual indicators in the dongos, to not even giving you any real feedback when something new opens up in Jabu Jabu. You can't blame Navi though, I don't think she's been in this situation before. So it all comes down to intuition. In this room, there's several doors blocked off by these pulsating flesh things, and they don't go away until you fight a tentacle of the same color. You go through this process twice before finding a green one, and you have to start thinking, well, There wasn't any green stuff blocking anything in this room, but one of those holes in the earlier room, that had like a green thing blocking it. I bet they were connected in some way. I should go check it out. If this were designed like the dongos, they might have cut to the tentacle exploding to point you where to go more directly, but not here. The training wheels have come off. We get the boomerang in this dungeon after beating one of the tentacles.
I am black. I am gay. I am disabled.
What a cool item. It goes out and comes right back, unlike my dad, and he can stun enemies, and it's the only way to kill jellyfish. It's comforting to have a projectile weapon without having to worry about ammo. The best feature of this thing is its ability to bring items to you like this. That's a Skulltula coin, and they're actually pretty useful. In Ocarina, there's these spiders thrown around the world, and you can get goodies from collecting their tokens. But it's not always straightforward. Some get blocked off by needing the boomerang or bombs, which means you need to backtrack to old dungeons if you want to get all of them. You can sequence break and get some Skulltulas a little early if you really believe in yourself, but it can be tricky. Like, look at this. It's like watching Tony Hawk do the 900 for the first time.
900! 900! Oh!
I was gonna get taken out and taken to the hospital. So be it, you know, it was worth the effort.
They all wanted to see him make it as much as you wanted to make it.
9, 9, 9, 9. Are you kidding me?
You really want to get a couple of these for rewards though, especially the adult's wallet, which lets you hold twice as many rupees and smells like cigarettes. You can probably make do with the 99 limit, but it's a huge pain in the ass, especially for buying beans. So it's nice that this is the easiest reward to get of all of them. I have to wonder though, if this is the adult's wallet, does that mean Link was carrying around the child's wallet? Does it have Bart Simpson on the front? Little thing on the inside to put his Fuddruckers card? Fucking Legoland driver's license? Oh. Fuck. Sorry, fish. I'd love that they cut to him outside going, oh, every once in a while, but nah, he doesn't care. He's just thinking about seaweed and coral. Usually the spiritual stones are given to Link as a gift, but this last one is actually inside of the dungeon itself. I guess it got swallowed along with Helga from Hey Arnold. But hey, look, we found it. This one's really cool because it's blue. Link knows at this point he has to get all his spiritual stones, and this is one of them. It's the last one. You can just grab it and go. I don't know why he lets Rudo have it, but it starts up the mini boss. This guy's harder than the boss with how he runs away from you. It's pretty agonizing. You're barely faster than him, but it doesn't allow you to follow your instincts and cut corners because you'll get all sliced up. But you can cheese it if you either let yourself get hit or whack him with the boomerang when he's right in front of you, and so he'll turn around and you can fuck him in the ass. Link has to find Rudo now, but without her being around yelling at you, it actually lets you appreciate how cool the dungeon is. All the green fog representing the gases. I love how the floor will pulsate, and the doors too. The way they animate gross sounds, it's just awesome. The whole dungeon really shows off the game's lighting effects well too. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a lot more hands on deck with this area. It feels like almost every room has a cool and unique thing to look at. I also love how we hang out in the place that seems brand new, only for the platform to fall and reveal that we're actually in a much earlier room and have completed the path to a new door. You don't have Rudo anymore to hold the button down, so you need to use these wood crates over here to get the job done. I still can't believe that's how you solve it. There's something really just like naturally intuitive about it, but if you play a lot of games, you probably tried solving puzzles in a similar way, only for the game not to count it or consider it a real solution. The boss here is also great. It's simple Zelda shit where you just spam him with a new item you got until you win, but the presentation is like, it's amazing. The way it rises out of the ground and slowly reveals more of its form, separating parts of itself for defense while trying to shoot you with electricity. It feels like an actual living thing trying to defend itself. It has the coolest death animation in the game too. We save Rudo, but she's not very grateful and wants to do her whole shtick. She gives us a stone, but it's a bit late because Ganon's already dropped his debut. On the bright side though, we get the Song of Time and a new ocarina. The song has a lot of plot relevance, but it's pretty lame in game. It just moves some blocks every once in a while. And I really don't get why Link threw away Saria's ocarina. I mean, maybe it's like just a me thing, but it bothers me. It was made of wood. It looked pretty high quality, but he's just gonna toss it because this one's blue? It looks like some plastic piece of shit that weighs a gram. But whatever, some pretty important stuff just happened, so I'm gonna put these stones in the Temple of Time and get the Master Sword. No, I'm just joshing you. I want to give this guy my cool hat because for some reason people won't take me seriously when I wear it, and trading in this mask gets me something kind of fun. See, there's these little gossip stones around Hyrule that tell you the time, but if you complete the mask trading side quest, you get access to an extra feature of them with a special mask called the Mask of Truth. Now gossip stones will give you some fun tidbits about the world, and even some messages from the devs. They say the real Zelda players use the hold method for Z targeting. Yeah, so if you play with that on-off shit, Miyamoto's not even gonna look in your direction. There's a couple extra masks you can wear now too that give NPCs some new dialogues, but it's mainly just for fun. Oh my god, Link, what are you, the Prime Minister of Canada? Take that shit off. Somebody's gonna write a twitlonger about you. You'll never be allowed at the Guilty Gear bi-weeklies ever again. What if I told you we're not even halfway done? After putting the stones here, it's time to get the Master Sword. It does double the damage like in Link to the Past, which is sweet, but it also puts Link under for 7 years until he reaches his late teens. This version of Link is shown in the title screen, so I don't know if this is like supposed to be a surprise for the player, but it's cool whether you see it coming or not. My first time playing this, I was so fucking excited waiting for this cutscene to end with this old guy so I could hear what he sounded like. All this happened because Link is too young and has to be older to fight Ganon. Now you may be playing this and being like, well, you know, I'm 38. All I have to do is press the B button at the right times. Link can handle it as a kid, but that's just the way the story is told in this game. The rainy cutscene establishes that young Link couldn't even touch Ganon, so when he rides off on a solid black Gerudo stallion, it shows a close-up of Link like, damn, that was just like in my dream, except
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pushed out. Ganon is just on another level, and it shows that the unfortunate but only hopeful way to deal with this guy is to have Link fight him when he's older and stronger. I think that's how the whole prophecy works. I'm not going to look that shit up. And I wouldn't spend too much time thinking about who changed Link into his new clothes as he grew older into his late teenage years as he slept, or if he pissed and shit himself. All the cum. The world has really gotten fucked up in the past 7 years. Hyrule Castle used to have so much energy, but now it's got all these redeads everywhere. It's crazy. When you're a little kid and experience this part for the first time right after playing a good Super Mario World sesh, it's just, you know, something you really wouldn't expect to see. These might be the most fucked up but cool enemies I've ever seen in an E-rated game. Canonically, they can't see anything, so if you tiptoe by the redead, they won't notice you at all, which is real cool. It's almost like they operate on fear like a shark. They'll freeze you in place with their loud scream if you're near them and walk towards you slowly.
So the best way I could describe it, because at the end of the day, I will say, like, my video style is, I mean, it basically is directly from him. You know, I use his music and stuff. I guess I just like the idea of someone going in depth with shit, but then being very matter of fact, not super snarky about it. Like, it seems very, a lot of it seems very down to earth.
Collecting ghosts. There's some big Poes you can find in Hyrule Field and bring back to him for some money and eventually a bottle. Strangely though, with how shitty the castle is, Hyrule Field is really peaceful in comparison, because all the skeletons are gone. As a kid, it's like Thriller.
Oh man, fucking hell.
I'm not interested anymore. The idea is that they've grown up and have become Stalfos and moved to the temples, but it really sums up how things have changed. You're not completely on your own though. This new character Sheik shows up to let us know that we have to go get the hook shot to get to the first temple.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I just had to turn the game off because I had homework and like all these big guys in the forest and the redeads were really freaking me out. It took me 10 years to beat this game. I shot Seaman before I saw the Spirit Temple. This dead guy in the graveyard has the hook shot and you have to win it from him in this race or you'll look real stupid later on. This replaces the boomerang in that you can use it to get new items, but it also lets you fling yourself to new areas. This place is cool. It's got this space-time continuum thing with Brental Floss here. That'll come back later. Hyrule Castle is definitely the worst hit, but the whole world is suffering in some way. Long Lawn Ranch looks fine at first. Like, look at that. The sun's up. The house doesn't have any people in it, though. Link is being all creepy, looking for Malon's socks. The ranch is no longer run by that cool fat guy we met before. Now it's his self-sucked brother who's a real dickhead to the horses and wants to give the one we met as a kid to Ganon. Because he's such a cunt, it feels really good to outdo him in a set of races. They play it up well, too. After beating him, he gets really salty and wants a double or nothing rematch. But I love how after winning again, they take it a step further by having him lock you in so you can't leave with the horse you just won. It not only teaches you how to jump hurdles, but it further allows you to blow this guy the fuck out in a way that he really can't recover from. I think you can get Epona whenever you want, but it feels right to start here. Instead of going to clean up entire cities, it makes sense to start small first and work our way up to eventually beat Ganon. There's something kind of cool about this place people don't really talk about, but you can come back here afterwards to do an obstacle course with Malon. And if you do well enough, she'll send Amy Schumer to do a private stand-up show at your house. My house is kind of fucked though. Kokiri Forest is full of Deku cunts firing spitballs and scary 9-foot-tall pigs that scream and charge at you. And on top of all that, Sari is also gone. On our way of trying to find her, we also have to deal with Mito again.
He's the
God,
guy
he's
people
such a
who do
cock.
stuff I
What a
like.
boss. They knew what they were doing.
Like,
Look at him.
oh, he's like your YouTuber's favorite YouTuber.
Yeah, remember that?
You know, that's kind of like when Mega 64 was for a long time. That's how they were described a lot, is they were your YouTuber's favorite YouTuber.
When you have all of them, you can teleport around the whole world easily. It's real nice. You know, I don't think there's one Ocarina song that anyone dislikes. They all fit what they represent. A Minute of Forest sounds like picking berries off a bush during a sunrise. And Prelude of Light sounds like you're uncircumcised but also 8 years old, so you don't really know the power you possess. The Forest Temple is amazing. It really shakes things up. Previously, dungeons have been pretty straightforward. There's a simple linear path the whole way through, and any extra rooms are immediate dead ends.
Well, there you go. He could be your favorite YouTuber's YouTuber. Favorite YouTuber.
To solve a certain puzzle, or it could be one of those things where you have to kill all the enemies in the room to continue. But now in the Forest Temple, things are a lot more open. You can go down several paths right away, and they often branch out further or wrap around to previous areas. And now I'm needing to manage keys, which I was really not ready for. I didn't even know how to like use a key in real life at this time. You had to like put it in the whole right side up and turn it, and some you had to like jiggle it around. The keys are contributing a lot.
I actually kind of want to switch to, let's see. Here, we'll switch to a different YouTuber.
I understand that Sony occasionally... I think Metroid Prime was the first game I ever played with a first-person camera. This is kind of scary for an 8-year-old. This fucking dinosaur is gonna rip my limbs off. It's far from the first-person shooter, though. The first-person perspective has been around in the video game development world for a long time, actually. In 1973, some really cool student turbo nerds developed a game called Maze War at a NASA student research program. It got popular amongst their friends and peers, and eventually they developed a build that they played with each other over ARPANET instead of studying or having unprotected sex with college girls or whatever. This obviously wouldn't be the last multiplayer first-person shooter, and ARPANET would eventually evolve into the internet that we know today, but I'm not here to give you a history lesson. I'm here to play the funny rabbit game on the PS1. Jumping Flash! I really like this title screen. This is what you see when you die and you go to the afterlife. Jumping Flash was developed by Ultra and Exact, two teams that it's hard to find a lot of information about now because their names are so non-specific.
I cannot do a Fred voice.
Create team. And they had a pretty solid run in the 90s making shit for Sony, including that Ghost in the Shell game that you really like to bring up when your friends talk about Ghost in the Shell to distract from the fact that you haven't watched it yet, you fucking poser. Before Jumping Flash, Exact also developed Geograph Seal and put it out for the Sharp X68000 computer in 1994. Looking at the footage, it's pretty easy to see where the blueprints for Jumping Flash came from. Very impressive to me that they put out a game with such discernible 3D graphics on such rudimentary hardware. I'm always impressed by this type of shit. Like, that Super Monkey Ball demake on GBA had no right to be as competent as it was. This shit is basically a portable Super Nintendo, and this is a legit 3D game running completely fine on it. Star Fox on SNES is similarly impressive to me, but I'm not enough of a contrarian to say that I actually like playing that game. I'm sorry. It's fun to turn on for 45 seconds and go, wow, look at the graphics. Then I just turn it off and play F-Zero instead. Forgive me, Star Fox 1 enjoyers. I respect you, but I am not one of you. Ultra was best known at the time for doing the CG in Ugu Ugu Ruga, which was some weird Japanese comedy show that aired in the early 90s. I didn't know fucking shit about this. It had animated bumpers in between live action segments, and it seemed to be made for pretty young children. I watched a few episodes on YouTube with automatically translated subtitles and had a good time, but I obviously couldn't really understand what most of it was about. It's basically just a bunch of rapid-fire sketches and segments with a lot of stylized editing and random shots of people in the street saying the show's name.
Ooga ooga looga.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's. Love and peace.
And hair grease.
The way they distort people's faces and add in silly sound effects kind of reminds me of, like, I don't know, Tim and Eric. I really dug this tiny music video segment in the back half of one of the episodes I watched. This song sounds fucking awesome, but it only plays for like 30 seconds before moving on. You can see more of Ultra's fingerprint during sections like this. I liked this shit. I doubt I'll be successful in finding it, but I might try to find a torrent of the show online with English subtitles later on or something. If any of you fuckers watching this know where I can find it, please hit me up about it. Okay, side note here, I ended up getting really distracted by Uga Uga Ruga for a few days and went down a bit of a rabbit hole trying to find this fucking song. I found out that it's a house cover of this Japanese children's nursery rhyme called Bun Bun Bun, and it's about bees or something. I found a bunch of versions of it online.
Coming from the bottom, moving straight to the top. Coming with the put up for the #1 spot. Pushing my rap like a push out on the block. Holding my ground, sucker rappers get lost. Coming from the bottom, moving straight to the top. Coming with the put up for the #1 spot.
But the version used in the actual show, this slick and funky house cover, continued to elude me. I checked every resource I could think of. I looked on 4chan's music board archive. I checked Soul.
Rest in peace, 4chan.
Fucking reality sense.
But fucking nobody had ever uploaded this version of the song. It took me a while to even identify it in the first place, because I only had a translated Japanese Wikipedia article about the show to cite, and I basically just went through every single song listed until I came across this version of Bun Bun Bun. I'm pretty sure the vocals are performed by Masanori Taki, who's the mastermind behind Denki Groove, if any of you are familiar with that project. I think part of the reason why I had so much fucking trouble figuring all this out is because Pony Canyon, the Japanese music label and TV station that both hosted Uga Uga Ruga and released physical editions of Denki Groove albums back in the day, seems to have completely scrubbed any and all reference to Taki, because he got caught doing fucking coke. Kids, if you're listening, don't do cocaine. It'll make you so fucking annoying for everyone around you. So it turns out I was mistaken about Masanori Taki being involved with Sample Battlers, but I kept the bit in about him getting busted doing coke because I thought it was funny. Sample Battlers was made up of these three musicians here. So thankfully a buddy of mine offered to purchase the CD from a warehouse in China that happened to have it. I was pretty anxious. I felt bad that they offered to spend a not light amount of money on something that I couldn't really 100% confirm was indeed the song I so desperately wanted to hear, but I had to just wait for it to arrive. It had to be the song, right? It had to be. There's no way with all my searching and all the things relating this to Uga Uga Ruga that it'd be a different version of the song, right? It had to be what I was looking for, right? Yes. Holy shit, yes. My friend very selflessly got their hands on Volume 1 and 2 of the Sample Battlers EPs. Volume 3 has never been sold on Discogs ever, and it's unfortunately likely that we'll never hear what was on it. But I'm really happy we were able to unearth this obscure piece of 90s Japanese music history. I've uploaded Volume 1 and 2 separately on a burner YouTube account that I used to regularly post music on. The link is in the description if any of you are as invested in this as me and want to hear it for yourself. Volume 1 is pretty good as well. The first track is a house cover of Mary Had a Little Lamb, and the final track features some really funny ad-libs from the vocalist.
I love Japan. I love sushi.
Fucking
I love sukiyaki. Wooga wooga ruga. 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 Wooga wooga ruga.
You're gonna have to explain that to me. That one I'm stupid about. I don't know what that is. It like, is that like a Sonic thing?
by Yutsugo Chusonji, who is a manga artist that was known for drawing a lot of oyagi gals, which if you don't know what that is, it's like young office ladies that act like gruff old men because they're surrounded by them all day. She apparently died in 2005. Rest in peace, queen. She did a manga called Sweet Spot that looks pretty cute. It got an OVA in 1991 and it's about this lady that loves golfing. It's on YouTube, I'll link it in the description. Chusonji seemed to be a huge Westaboo. She loved America and spent some time in New York and Atlanta, and even wrote a book about her experience.
Oh yeah, yeah. Is it related to that?
But her fascination and passion for Western culture, hip-hop, and America kind of ties back to the ethos of Uga Uga Ruga. I mentioned before that it was made as a children's show, but it was clearly a lot more than that to the people that worked on it. Toshio Iwa was the head honcho of this project, and he stated that he wanted to convey the values of the world and the diversity of its people, while considering that children are actually relatively mature. And I respect the fuck out of that. Kids aren't stupid, and any piece of media that acknowledges that and tries to engage with them at that level instead of just pandering to them and jangling keys in front of their face is going to be cherished and appreciated by them.
そして
うーん。
が出来上がる。これが彼の仕事道具である。傘の骨組みが完成したら
People ended up finding out it was actually one of his keyboardists who did a bunch of the tracks. And the old it was based on a demo zone band, and people ended up tracking it down. Ah.
自分で言っちゃおかしいけど意地が悪い方だからね、人のやらない仕事は夢中でやりたがる体質だからね。今無我な夢中であれだね、やってるような。
Everybody that worked on this obviously had a lot of respect for the Western arts and hip-hop culture and shit. It's nice to see a program for kids in Japan back then that featured foreigners so prominently and proudly. I think a good comparison over here is Sesame Street, teaching kids that different people exist, different skin colors, languages, cultures, etc. I think it's an evergreen idea for little kids to be taught to empathize with people that look and sound different from them. Anyway, yeah, all of this shit doesn't really have anything to do with Jumping Flash, but all of this information was just scraping around inside of my skull and I felt like sharing it. You clicked the fucking video, alright? You're in my world now. Ultra's work on Uga Uga Ruga and other shit had obviously gotten the attention of Tetsuji Yamamoto, Jumping Flash's producer and also a big name at Sony Computer Entertainment in the 90s, and they were tasked with doing the graphics and animations for it while Exact handled the programming and game design.
Why can I never get this shit right the first time?
It must have been so much fun to be an Ultra employee during the creation of this project. You can tell they all had a lot of fun modeling random shit and making lots of wacky looking textures to make up the environments here. Jumping Flash is often cited as the first 3D platformer, but I've always hesitated to call it that. I think the definition of platformer is a little too vague. There are a lot of games that precede Jumping Flash that feature, for lack of a better word, platforming. The previously mentioned Geograph Seal, for instance. Star Wars Dark Forces came out before Jumping Flash 2, and I wouldn't really call it a platformer because I'm not a smug, smarmy motherfucker. You can fucking jump.
Nah, I'm all set.
Alpha Waves is probably a better fit for the title of first 3D platformer, but maybe that game stretches your definition of the word video game because it wasn't released on a home console. I don't know. I don't really even care about all this shit. I just bring it up because whenever people talk, did you know this is the first 3D platformer? I'm not especially interested in the semantics and specifics of this discussion. Fucking sure, Jumping Flash can be the first 3D platformer. It does precede Mario 64 and Crash and Bubsy 3D and shit. I think a better way to describe it would be a very forward-thinking game that kind of precedes 3D platformers. That's not as snappy as what everybody else calls it, so I don't fucking care anymore anyway. I mean, really, I never really think about the game the same way that I think about other 3D platformers of the time. I don't know if it's the first-person camera or the shooting mechanics or what, but to this day I feel like there's still nothing out there quite like Jumping Flash. It's a really unique feeling game, and I'm gonna try to make it look really cool, so you download a ROM of it online and play it for a few days and have fun.
Beaches. So beaches. It's Chad Warden here. You know what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say is that jumping flash, baby. That shit is nice. Yeah, I need to shoot some niggas.
So starting the game up, we're greeted by a cutscene. Some Hawaiian shirt-wearing fuck is stealing a bunch of worlds, throwing them into the sky, and turning them into some weird fucking tourist space resort or some shit. This is the least a plot has mattered in a game that I've reviewed on this channel so far. All that matters is that we've got to stop him. We're playing as this robotic rabbit called Rabbit. Really creative. Yeah, I really like his design a lot. It's really iconic and memorable and cute to me. He makes me laugh with his cute little dancing icon at the bottom of the screen, and he sounds like Trey Parker.
All right. Dude, you're so retarded.
Jumping Flash makes a really good first impression. The first level is a lot to take in, and it gives you a lot of space to run around in. The setup is pretty simple. You find 4 carrot booster things in every level and then make your way to the exit. Once you start a level, there's a timer that starts counting down, but during your first run of the game, it gives you plenty of time to find all the carrots and get out. There are lots of wacky enemies. Look at these fucking guys. And this guy. What do you think of him? I like him. I really enjoy seeing all of these vaguely related 3D models in the environment in this first level. I love the scale of certain things like this little house here. It reminds me of that weird area in Mario 64 that you're supposed to parse as being a little town, but because of the way that everything is scaled, it just feels like a little room. Early 3D games graphics took a minute to adjust to things like scale and perception for the viewer, and it's just kind of funny seeing such early stuff like this. It's fun though, I love the way that this game looks a lot, especially love the skybox with the clouds moving really fast. So we've got to find 4 jet pods and get out of here. Cool, let's run around a bit.
Ready to go?
Okay, holy shit. So we can't strafe at all. We can walk forwards and backwards and turn our direction with left and right on the D-pad. This setup doesn't take too long to get used to at all, although my muscle memory sometimes had me reaching for the right stick on my gamepad to change direction at first. I like the way the game feels to control, and it feels adequately designed with the control scheme in mind, even though you've got to do this parallel parking bullshit sometimes if you need to change directions quickly for whatever reason. First level's great, we finish it no problem and continue to the next one. I like that each 3-level world is pretty consistent with its themes. Like the first world is like normal outdoorsy nature locale, with the second level being centered around volcanoes and lava. They still get pretty silly with it a lot of the time too, with shit like these fried eggs in a pan being cooked over this volcano. I really like this game's sense of humor a lot. It made me laugh to myself a couple of times despite its minimal dialogue or story or anything. It's just a funny game to run around in. You've probably noticed from my footage and also the title of the fucking game, if you're a real super sleuth, that jumping is a big part of this shit. Rabbit can double and even triple jump, and it's fucking awesome. You get some really good height in these levels, and some of them have a lot of verticality to explore. It's really fun. Rabbit even jumps off the exit into the sky at the end of every level. The jumping is handled really, really well. The camera pan down below you every time you execute a double or triple jump, with your shadow being really big and obvious below you, so you always know where you're gonna land. And depending on whether or not you're holding down the jump button changes your movement options from rotating to mid-air directional movement. And you just kind of intuit this when you're playing naturally. It's really smartly designed and it feels good. You rarely, if ever, feel like you die unfairly in this game. And it's a lot of fun to gain a fuck ton of height and just see what your landing options are on the way down. The main selling point of this game is how fun it is to jump around in these big sprawling levels, and said levels just continue to get bigger and more elaborate the further you get into the game, for the most part. After we finish World 1 and we get halfway through World 2, we're given a corridor labyrinth level inside of a pyramid, and it's kind of like playing a weird, stupid version of Wolfenstein. That's what the Nazis look like in this game? I mean, yeah, okay. How is id Software supposed to predict that they'd all be wearing thigh highs 30 years later? I don't think it's that bad now, but when I first played this game as a kid, I distinctly remember quitting the game to play something else when I got to this level. It's not as fun when you can't jump everywhere. You gotta look around for jet pods, and it's kind of hard to hone in on them because of all the walls and hallways and the enemies that respawn when you get far away from them. It's just not the best level. Thankfully, there's only 2 levels like this in Jumping Flash. The rest of them are all a lot more fun, but again, I don't really mind them now. They're decent pace breakers, and it feels good to finish them and get back to the really fun shit. Alright, Rabbit, we got to the exit. Wait, we're indoors. You're gonna crash your head into the ceiling, get a concussion. What do you do? Okay, there's a fucking hole. Never mind. We're good. World 3 introduces this theme park locale to the game. The first level is nice with its small obstacle courses up high in the sky, introducing a bit more risk and more opportunities to fall to our deaths here. This castle is cute. But level 2 is where things get really crazy with these roller coaster tracks that automatically propel us in one direction. Fucking giraffes and shit up here. Again, a lot of this shit is just seemingly pretty random. It's just fun and kind of indicative of that weird Japanese comedic mindset. This is a very Japanese game. It's funny that it was once called the reason to buy a PlayStation back in the day. Since it was such an early title for the console releasing within its launch window, this was a lot of people's introduction to the PS1, and I just think it's so endlessly interesting to speculate about what this shit did to people, kids and adults alike, in fucking 1995. This shit predates fucking Toy Story. It must have felt like such a crazy trip, you know? Like, imagine you're a little kid and you've never seen Toy Story before, and your mom comes home with a new PlayStation system, and she sets it up in your... I just accidentally punched myself in the fucking nuts. World 3's boss amps up the weird factor quite a bit with this fucking clown guy coming out of all these teacups and shooting leg hairs at you like a tarantula. I apologize if showing footage of a tarantula spooked some of my more sensitive viewers, but I'm also not that sorry because they're fucking cool. Did you know that they do this? They shoot out hairs from their abdomens and they get stuck in the predator's skin. It's like a bunch of tiny harpoons. But most predators don't have a fucking plasma blaster like Robert here, so we get through this shit fine.
Alright, this is looking better.
It's always fun to watch the boss spin around once you deplete their HP all the way down. It's cute that they make it a big spectacle every time with them exploding and shit at the end. It's similarly fun to shoot enemies in the overworld.
Although I think at this point it might...
You can get through this game basically avoiding most of these guys because they rarely ever pose any kind of threat to you. I only really ever
Man, this one really changed from the original.
But you're really only going to have a problem with these guys if you're really careless. This is a fairly easy, chill-ass game to play through. I'm glad I decided to make a video about this shit. It's a game that I've played multiple times before, but I always grow to appreciate a game more when I do this shit. It's a lot of fun making these videos. Thanks for liking them and watching and shit. Anyway, I guess before we move on to the next world, I can talk about the UI a little bit. I love a lot of what's going on here. The rear view mirror trinket thing hanging at the center of the top of the screen is always indicating what type of motion you're in. For example, it stretches a bit downward whenever you're ascending during a jump, and it springs back up when you start to slow down as you reach the peak and slow down again. It's fun to watch it balance when you do double and triple jumps. You can also see the names of any items that you pick up, but the only one that's actually useful during regular level gameplay is the time stop item. It freezes time for like 10 seconds or something, and then it shows you where all the remaining jet pods are in each level. Hugely beneficial if you're in a bigger level and you can't for the life of you find that damn fourth jet pod. I like that you can hold the trigger and shift your view in place without moving. It kind of feels like holding Samus's arm in Metroid Prime. You can look all around and even down at your feet. I like seeing Robert shuffle his feet while you rotate around. It's a cute detail. World 4 is an ice-themed one. The first level is one of the ones that stick out to me the most, with lots of places to jump to and the slippy, slidey ice physics when you're running around on the ground surface. But level 2 does the fucking labyrinth thing again, and it's even more convoluted than the first one. It isn't that bad in your first playthrough, but when you play the game a second time in extra mode, you're given significantly less time to find all of the jet pods and exit the level. So this one tripped me up quite a bit during that playthrough. It's kind of easy to get lost, and not necessarily in a fun way. The game rewards you when you beat normal mode and extra mode without using any continues though, by giving you a game mode where you have infinite jumps, and it's great. The music in level 2 is weirdly ominous and stressful sounding too. The whole level just kind of feels like you're having a nightmare where you're late for work, and then you wake up and realize you haven't had a job at McDonald's in years. But then you realize you forgot to set your alarm and you're late for your current job at the dick sucking factory, and your manager is going to be oh so cross with you when they find all the unsucked dicks at your station in a few minutes. But you know what, it's fucking chill. Other than these two problem areas, the rest of the game is genuinely fantastic, and these two are pretty much just slightly less fantastic. This world's boss is a big turtle tank thing, and he shits out a bunch of little bombs, but they're really easily avoidable. In games like these, you almost feel bad for all the enemies or bosses because of how powerful you are, how ineffective most of them are at doing anything to us. Like we're an ancient god raining down retribution on a helpless people that have no way of fighting back. World 5 introduces itself with a big city level, but it's got a really unique atmosphere because of how empty it all is. Like it's really early in the morning and no one has left their house to take the train to get to work yet. I like the way the big buildings look. Just another really memorable level in this game full of memorable levels. After playing this shit a few times, I actually had a dream that I was wandering around in this level specifically, walking down these long, solemn roads. It wasn't really a nightmare or anything, nothing interesting happened, but I woke up the next day and just continued thinking about this game for days afterward. Jumping Flash is just one of those games that really sticks with you, even in my own life. With the limited amount of time that I had played it before I decided to do a video about it, it was always a game that my thoughts would often return to. I just like existing in this game. It's really pleasant. Okay, World 6 is a unique one. There's only one level to explore and 2 boss fights back to back. The level you get to explore is the biggest one in the game, with it taking place up above the Earth's atmosphere with these square structures that remind me a lot of Mad Space and Meteor Herd from Sonic Adventure 2. I find it pretty hard to not assume that this level is a direct inspiration for that shit, unless I'm missing something obvious here that both of these games were simultaneously referencing or something. Maybe I'm a fucking idiot. We just don't know. This level is easily the most fun one so far though, with lots to do and explore and a whole lot of jumping that you've got to do in between these structures. The game expects you to have mastered these simple mechanics by now, and it does a good job letting you bask in the reward of utilizing said mechanics to the fullest. Fuck, I broke my fucking legs. I also just really love the spectacle of this level and world. It's cool seeing that awesome sky texture at the bottom of the screen instead of the top like it has been the entire game so far. The penultimate boss fight is against Dark Rabbit. I don't know if that's actually their name, but I fucking love boss fights against evil doppelganger characters. Phantom Mario, Shadow Link, Metal Sonic. This type of shit will never stop being cool to me. The fight itself is also the first one to actually be kind of challenging. It's still not giving you that hard of a time, but it's funny to fight another character that possesses the same abilities you have. It feels so fucking embarrassing for him to jump on your head like this. Hey asshole, I'm the one that's supposed to be doing this shit. Fuck you, get down from there. I'm gonna fucking kill you as soon as I rotate another 90 degrees. The final boss is against Baron Aloha, and I absolutely adore the visuals and the environment here. The little arena feels very Final Destination-y, and I love seeing the horizon spin around us. This fight is kind of a little bit easier than the Dark Rabbit fight, to be honest though. It only becomes a bit harder when you get his HP down really low and he starts bouncing all over the place like an asshole. Really good shit all around though. I love that after you beat the game, the credits shows all the animated FMVs. Lots of games show off all the FMV cutscenes in the credits like this, but this one always makes me laugh because there are so few cutscenes to work with that the team just said, fuck it, who cares? Just YouTube poop that shit. I'm not editing this at all. They really just play the same shit and play it in reverse and cut it up like this. It's really, really good. It's a good bit. So I mentioned before that once you beat the game, you have to beat it again to unlock the infinite jump mode. What else is there to talk about? Well, for starters, there was a whole second game, actually.
Jumping Flash 2! Big Trouble in Little Moo! Oh, I get it! I get jokes.
I never actually played Jumping Flash 2 before I decided to make this video. I didn't even know a sequel existed for a really long time, which is weird to me considering how much of a landmark the first game is. This shit came out so quickly after the first game too, like literally both of these games still predate Mario 64. So what gives? I guess the unfortunate truth is that Jumping Flash 2 is basically just the same game again. It feels a lot more like an expansion pack than a sequel, and I guess critics raked it over the coals a little bit because of that back in the day. Now personally, I'm fucking thrilled to play more levels, but I guess this was too little too soon. This shit sold almost as well as the first game, but I guess they were expecting this shit to blow up just a little bit more than it did, when basically everybody was just like, yeah, I get it already. Whatever. C'est la fucking vie. I speculate that it was fairly easy to make Jumping Flash 2 based on what they had already made for the first game. The two problem areas are even positioned in the exact same way, leading me to believe that they made the levels in this game based on the first one entirely. Not knocking them for it, it's smart to streamline any process you possibly can when making a project as big as a fucking video game, but it's a shame that it didn't sell better. I would love to live in a timeline where we're on fucking Jumping Flash 9 by now, and all the games have been re-released on modern consoles and PC, and there's a big community behind speedrunning this game and beating each other's times and shit. Fucking online multiplayer co-op, a cartoon spin-off, an edgy reboot in 2011 that sells like shit, the works. But I won't mourn it too heavily. It's better to die out on a high note than last too long under mediocrity. But for now, sure, yeah, let's play Jumping Flash 2. In this game, there's this big guy that looks like a banana, and he's basically just doing the same shit that Baron Aloha did in the first game. And Baron Aloha is pissed off that somebody's plagiarizing him, so he calls Robert to come fuck his shit up.
Let's do it! Take that!
Aw man, Robit's balls dropped for this one, everybody. It's weird hearing a grown man's voice coming out of this weird fucking rabbit combat droid now. I kinda miss when he sounded like a Rugrat, but at least his death scream is the funniest shit I've ever heard in my life now. Awesome. Jumping Flash 2 is peak Jumping Flash. Every level is a lot bigger and more fun to run around in, and they're really creative with the environments this time. It's a lot more weird shit like this snowy Japanese shrine and this floating industrial area. Yeah, eat your fucking heart out, Mario. We had 3D green pipes here first. I mentioned earlier that the two crappy labyrinth levels were in the same positions as the first game, because again, I theorized that this game was built directly off of the first one. But damn, even these levels are a lot better in this game. They're actually really fun to explore this time around. They definitely figured everything out for this game. It's amazing to see growth in Exact's game design philosophy in such a short amount of time. This game's fucking awesome. It's probably better than the first one. The bosses and enemies are even a bit more difficult to add some more excitement and stakes here. It's still not going to give you a fucking testicular torsion or anything, but it's a welcome step up from the first game on the difficulty front. I don't really feel like going through each level and describing them all to you, but look at how cool this level is, with the big towers and rain and shit. Phenomenal. There's that clip of David Lynch where he goes, phenomenal, phenomenal. If you like Jumping Flash and you haven't played the sequel, I violently and desperately beg you to try it out. You'll absolutely love it. The final level especially is such a treat, even bigger and wackier than the first game's final level. Look, the first level of this shit has kiwis flying on paragliders. Holy fuck, look at him go. He's kicking his little feet too. Aww, that's fucking precious. In Jumping Flash 2, you find these little Moo guys that are Baron Aloha's little familiars or whatever. I think I prefer them to the jet pods. They add a little more personality because they all have different facial expressions. And they get added to your screen every time you find one, and they dance with Robin and shit. This game's gonna make me have a fucking heart attack. It's so good. Jumping Flash 2 is just really refreshingly weird and fun. I like the design of the Moo-Moos a lot too. They remind me of Studio Pixel's little squid guys. They're great. Jumping Flash 2 is just the first game, but more, and kind of better. They're both fantastic, and you can beat both of them in the same day, probably. Also, I completely fucking forgot to mention this while talking about either of these games, so I'll cram it in here, but every level in this game has a bonus stage that you can enter by finding these bonus rings, like in Sonic 3. They're fun. They all involve you popping all the balloons in the stage before the timer runs out. They're enjoyable, a nice distraction, and a good way to get your score up if you care about that shit. I tried to watch as many video reviews of this game as I could before making this shit, so I could try to not repeat what everybody else says too much. But shockingly few people have made videos about these games, actually. I did find a couple of reviews, and some of them that I found complained about the bonus levels and said that the shooting feels bad or whatever, which I don't really understand that much. I don't really get criticizing the shooting mechanic in Jumping Flash. It's fun to shoot stuff. Are you not into the fact that shit doesn't hit scan like in Doom? That's stupid. This game's fun, and shooting stuff in it is fun. I guess before I wrap this shit up, I should talk about what ended up happening to this IP. Exact's final game ended up being that Ghost in the Shell one I mentioned earlier, and Ultra ended up rebranding to Moo Company Limited, after the Moo-Moos from the games, obviously. Under this name, they lasted until 2007 or so, the final game they contributed towards being a Japan-only puzzle game that I've never heard of before, but it looks kinda cool. But after Jumping Flash 2, the IP was handed off to Sugar and Rockets, who I guess is one of the teams credited on Intelligent Cube, that terrifying fucking game where you can watch a tiny man get crushed to death. The demo of this game that was on the PS1 demo disc had no music, so it came off really unsettling and was probably the source of many nightmares for many 90s babies. Good. Sugar and Rockets developed a spin-off and a de facto third Jumping Flash game. Both were Japan only, no English releases. Pocket Moo was a spin-off that utilized the short-lived Pocket Station, a memory card peripheral that reminds me of the Dreamcast VMU a lot. This shit was also only in Japan, but basically in Pocket Moo, if I'm not mistaken, you'd play little mini-games on the Pocket Station and gain money to build a theme park or some shit in the real game.
Alright, that looks
super
good.
Confident on this. I could be wrong, and I'll fully
It looks weird at the bottom, but like
any more than I did, because the actual game I was curious about was Robin.
it's gonna get cut off, don't forget. So like
was way more tantalizing to me, and I was super curious
at
to
the
check it out
worst
besides
case
the
scenario, this panel will look like
Robert Mondieu is a
like
puzzly
this.
game. I
This
like
is
a lot of
basically
things
what
about
you'll
it. Rob
see.
is gold in this one, and that makes me weirdly happy. Like he's been upgraded after saving the world 2 times. This one is weirdly a lot more story focused, with a whole bunch of cutscenes and new characters and shit. There's a cutscene at the beginning and end of every level, which I appreciate a lot, but I unfortunately can't fully enjoy what's going on here for obvious reasons. I kind of pieced together that Robert is here to solve various problems for all the people living here. Robert Mondieu features a mission-based structure, with each level having a different objective. I kind of compare this in my head to the chaotic story in Sonic Heroes versus the rest of the teams just getting to the exit of every level. This isn't a terrible idea on paper, but it's just kind of boring in its execution here. It's always like, bring the little frog guy to his house, jump on all these targets, defeat all the ghosts, fucking whatever. The cutscenes are cute and shit too, but they often last longer than the actual levels themselves, and it just kind of makes me go, why did they bother? Like, this is the Super Monkey Ball adventure of Jumping Flash, where I appreciate the idea of a game like this on paper, but the juice is kind of lost in the process. I'd like this game a lot more if the levels were bigger with more stuff to do, if everything was paced out a little bit better, so I'm not watching cutscenes that are as long as the levels themselves. But I'm not gonna rip this shit to shreds over it. People barely even know about this game as is. I'm mixed on the visuals as well. Part of me really likes them a lot. They're cute, and everything is expertly modeled, and the art style is great and shit. Kinda reminiscent of Ape Escape almost. But to me, it also feels like it has a lot less charm than the first two games. Like, some of the personality has been sanded off. I'm not saying it's an ugly game or anything. It's still very nice, but something was definitely lost here. I don't know, it's still a cute game, but it's kind of a disappointing end to the franchise. I'd still love to see this shit get translated with an English patch by some dedicated fans one day, but I'm not exactly holding my breath. What I played of Robert Mon Dieu I really enjoyed, and I overall admired a lot, but I definitely prefer the structure and overall experience of the first two games a lot more. Also, what the fuck kind of title is this shit? Robert Mon Dieu? Robert my god? Did they name the title after what Robert's wife screams in bed every night? And that's it. I understand that Sony occasionally references Jumping Flash with whatever the fuck this shit is, but otherwise it's probably never getting another game. It'd be really cool to see something new one day, but again, I'm not holding my breath. There are definitely fans of this series. I even found this random guy on Steam that had the audacity to make a store page for Jumping Flash 4 and is just going like, please hire me to make Jumping Flash 4, please. Oh my god. Do not hire this man. But despite how important Jumping Flash is in the history of 3D video games, it seems to be pretty much forgotten, and I think that's a shame. So try these games out, they're really good. They're a lot of fun, and I think anybody could have a great time with them.
Alright, we're good with this one.
I'm reading it!
I'm making this video, but I discovered Forza.
Alright, it's not fucking 3 o'clock yet. We got some time. What are we gonna work on next?
Has been in development for the past few years. It was finally released commercially about a year ago, and barely anybody has heard about it or talked about it. My roommate randomly found it and showed it to me, and I was like, oh shit. On the surface, it looks like an indie take on Jumping Flash, so that, you know, pertains to this video. It's definitely not a straight up clone of Jumping Flash. There's way too many differences in the gameplay and design, but it's very clearly inspired by it. You play as a robot.
Alright, I don't want to get hung up.
Triple jump and shit. It's actually a lot of fun.
I mean, I guess I could finish this.
Flash, but it's fun in a lot of similar ways. I had to turn down the effects in the options menu because the flashing glitch effects that the developer likes to use a lot gave me a bit of a headache, but I really like the visuals and aesthetics of this shit. It's not the most unique looking game ever, but I always like when indie devs are clearly visually inspired by Katamari Damacy. Basic setup of this game is that you have to collect 3
what can we work on?
Entrance in every level. Pretty much just like
which one do I want to work on
three
here?
Times, and you can even hover to slow your descent, but it'll drain your HP. Your HP gets drained from jumping too much, floating too much, shooting too much, or falling too hard on the ground, but you collect these little pink cylindrical orbs and use them to recharge your energy.
I guess we
There's
could do
also this
something
anime
different.
girl in your brain telling you to do stuff. So if you want to truly experience what it's like being your favorite irreparably brain damaged YouTuber in real life, you should peep this shit. I probably sound so shitty right now. I just woke up. I'm gonna put this fucking video out tomorrow. I really like a lot of the details here. You have to like virtually connect to the little rabbit robot thing in your computer, but you can disconnect and look around your bedroom and make kissy faces at your beautiful anime wife. This game's really fun. It's a teeny bit rough around the edges. Jumping Flash feels like a very tightly and intentionally designed game, where this one involves you kind of sliding around all over the place and trying to grapple with the physics a little bit. They're fundamentally quite different, but I wouldn't say this game has bad controls. I highly recommend checking
I
this shit
would.
out.
I
For the
played
stat
that
bonus,
game, and that
15
game
bucks isn't
does
bad for
not
what's
feel
on offer here,
good.
in my opinion. I'll probably talk about this game.
I
a little
was
bit more
very,
after
very
the
kind of
report.
whatever.
Yeah, of course I'm making a fucking 4th one. I think that's actually it. Good night, good morning, whatever. Thanks for watching. Paper Mario is the shit. It's a wonderful and charming RPG full of lovable characters, fantastic environments, and locations, and it's a lot of fun to play. It was my introduction to the genre of role-playing games, and I thought it'd be fun to talk about it a little bit today. If you're familiar with the series, you know that it's kind of divisive and has a bit of an identity crisis. The first 2 games are mostly traditional role-playing games, with unique settings and characters and writing and stuff. Back in 1996, Nintendo and Square co-developed and published Super Mario RPG on the Super Nintendo, and it was kind of a big deal. Before that game came out, there wasn't really much in the Mario series in the vein of storytelling, or really any opportunity to explore the Mushroom Kingdom all that much at all. You just played as the funny Italian man and jumped on turtles and saved the princess and shit. It wasn't anything more than that. But when the Mario series started expanding into spin-offs like these RPGs, there was ample opportunity to explore the world that Mario and his buddies live in great detail, and people responded positively to it. The games have the benefit of just being really good RPGs on top of being captivating and cleverly written and stuff. They're just really likable little experiences, and it makes sense why the series matters to so many people. The first divisive game in the series is 2007's Super Paper Mario on the Wii. It abandons the RPG battle mechanics and a few other things that people really liked about the first two games, so some people aren't too hot on it. And that's understandable, I think, but I personally really love Super Paper Mario because it still retains the soul, for lack of a better term, of the first two games. Super Paper Mario even exceeds the first two entries in the series in some ways by amping up the weirdness factor to 11. It's honestly a wild ride. There's a dating simulator section where Peach gets kidnapped by this fucking neckbeard permavirgin incel lizard guy. This game came out in 2007, it's fucking incredible. After Super Paper Mario, the series was dormant for 5 years until Nintendo released Sticker Star on 3DS. I know this game has its fans, but it's a hollow imitation of the first two games. At this point in time, Nintendo was really kind of eradicating all of that weird GameCube stuff, and a lot of their IPs started going in a very clean, easy to digest direction. And at the same time, they seemingly took the feedback of people unhappy with the lack of turn-based battles in Super Paper Mario to heart, while also deciding that they needed to do that Nintendo thing where they innovate, and what we're left with is a pretty boring experience. I haven't played enough of Sticker Star or the following Color Splash to really confidently talk about them at length, but I don't really enjoy them very much. They're not bad games, but they're bad Paper Mario games, if that makes sense. If these games had a different IP attached to them with completely original characters completely separate from Paper Mario, they'd probably be hated less by people, but then they'd also probably not be very popular or sell very well, so... Origami King is one that I have played quite a decent amount of, but I'll save my thoughts on that one specifically for a bit later on. I don't want to start things out by whining too much. Let me get back to Paper Mario 64. Paper Mario was originally designed to be a direct sequel to Mario RPG on the Super Nintendo, but some game industry shenanigans happened and Square merged with Enix to become Squeenix, and their relationship with Nintendo changed. Whatever, shit happens. Nintendo obviously could still make whatever Mario games they wanted because it was their intellectual property, but a lot of the elements of Mario RPG are owned by Square Enix now, so Nintendo couldn't outright make a sequel with the characters and enemies introduced specifically for that game. No big deal, they knew a Mario-themed role-playing game would do numbers, so they still wanted to make it and release it. Instead of being Mario RPG, they leaned into the storybook aesthetic that they were working with, and they called the game Paper Mario in the West. In Japan, it's just called Mario Story. The paper stuff isn't really that important to the first few games in the series. It's just a name and an art style choice. Again, I'll revisit all this shit later. Let me just get started talking about the game already. I can't believe I'm making another fucking hour-long video. Paper Mario starts out kind of similarly to Mario 64, with Mario receiving a letter from Princess Peach inviting him to the castle. Only this
Fucking
time,
Jesus, that scared the shit out of me.
It's really nice of Luigi
I gotta go
to
check
read the
that
letter
real
out
quick.
loud for Mario,
Sorry, I'll
who's
be right back.
famously illiterate. The brothers immediately leave their house, and in a cute automated sequence, they walk through Toad Town to go to the castle to attend the big party that the princess is throwing. I like this sequence a lot because it immediately shows off the world of the game, and it feels a lot more organic and real for the brothers to walk there instead of Mario just appearing outside of the castle with a warp pipe or whatever. It's less video gamey and more cinematic, I feel like. We reach the castle, and this is the first part of the game where we have control over Mario. You can walk around, jump, talk to all the guests and royal servants and stuff. It's really neat. God damn, a lot of these toads love to gossip, don't they? Why don't you mind your fucking business, dude? These royal maid toads are really cute though. Talking about how restless the princess has been waiting for Mario to show up. You know that thing that some women do where they like giggle and whisper to each other and shit when you come into the room? Of course you don't. I don't either. This is the most unrealistic game I've ever played. While we're wandering around the castle looking for Princess Peach, I'll take a second to compliment the visual design. I love the colors and gradients and how much effort obviously went into modeling all this stuff. It's really nice to see so much detail on display. This definitely is consistent throughout the entire game. I love this game's visuals a lot. It's also really cool that the framework for Princess Peach's castle is obviously based on Mario 64's version of it, but expanded upon and given a lot more detail and refinement. Kind of a good parallel to what this game means for the Mario series, in my opinion. Anyway, let's head upstairs to see Peach. Oh, she's the type of girl that uses heart emojis when she texts, isn't she? That's cute. Princess Peach isn't really what I generally call a good example of a strong female video game character, but I think that's a problem with most Mario characters, not just the female ones. None of these guys ever really have a chance to have much depth outside of these spin-off RPGs where they finally have a chance to be actual characters with feelings and emotions and shit. Peach spends most of this game being the typical damsel in distress again, which... whatever. But she actually does things in this game, with moments where you actually get to play as her and stuff. We'll get to that in a bit, but I just wanted to mention it real quick while the thought was in my head. Suddenly the ground starts to shake and the castle is lifted up really high in the sky, way past the fucking stratosphere up to the edge of space. You know, I looked this shit up, and to get so high that you start seeing space and the stars around you and stuff, you have to get close to 62 miles above sea level. You drink like 4 bottles of cough syrup. Uh-oh, it's Bowser. Who could have seen this coming? We begin our first battle with him, but it's scripted. We can't do anything to stop him here. The intro cutscene of this game shows Bowser stealing this magic star rod from the Star People that can be used to grant anyone's wish. Its purpose is to stay in Star Haven, where the Star People live, so people's wishes can be granted. Once Bowser steals the Star Rod though, he essentially becomes omnipotent, and he seals away the Star Spirits, who are basically like 7 entities that guard the Star Rod and are very powerful and magical or whatever. It's a decent enough plot, light years ahead of what we had up until this point, you know? Once Bowser defeats Mario, he hits us with a bolt of lightning from the Star Rod, and Mario flies out of the castle window and falls towards the earth, before we're shown what I can only describe as the hardest title drop of all time. God damn, it's so fucking good! I love the ethereal pads in the background and the melody fading in as the title of the game materializes at the same time. The music in this game is some of the best on the N64 too. I'll talk about it a little more in depth soon, but for now let's see how Mario is doing. He fell back to Earth and landed in some forest. The Star Spirits use their powers to astrally project to where he is to check in and make sure that he isn't dead. I like that when the Star Spirits are communicating with Mario from a distance, their dialogue text in the UI is like faded. It's a nice touch. The UI design in general is really well done. The dialogue windows being shaped like comic book bubbles is cute, and the status menu looking like a file folder is a nice touch as well. Again, the paper stuff is kind of subtly there, but it's enough of a background element that you can kind of ignore it. It might seem silly to point out the UI, but a good UI in a video game really does go a long way, I think. The Star Spirits deduce that Mario is in fact not dead yet, and they reserve their power to speak with him later. Mario is approached by a young Goomba girl, and after a few failed attempts to get him to respond, she runs off to tell her family that the famous Mario is outside of their village, unconscious. The oldest and wisest Star Spirit, Eldstar, communicates to Mario one more time while he's unconscious, inside an inn in the village, begging him to come to Shooting Star Summit as soon as he can. They have some shit to discuss. Mario wakes up and the owner of the inn, this toad, lets Mario know where he is and stuff. You know, I'm not sure if this is just something I personally experienced or if this is something other people can relate to, but when I was a kid, I liked to read stories a lot. And this game was the first I ever played that had a serious amount of dialogue to read in it. When you're a little kid, I feel like when you read a word for the first time, you remember the context of where you read it, and it sticks in your head for a while. Whenever I hear or see the word village, I think about Goomba Village. I really enjoyed that this game felt like a novel mixed with a video game. I don't think about it that much, but this game honestly was a landmark for me. I had never played anything quite as cinematic and well written before this. I didn't play stuff like Pokemon until way after this game. I didn't own a Game Boy Advance or any other portable game systems until after the GameCube had come out a few years after this game's release, but we leave the inn and the Goomba family all talk to us and are relieved that we're okay. Now you may be thinking, why do these Goombas give two fucks about Mario in the first place? Don't Goombas hate Mario? Well, this game explores the notion that a lot of the enemies previously seen in other Mario games are actual species that cohabitate the Mushroom Kingdom, along with the people and toads and stuff. It's pretty neat, honestly. The Goombas and Koopas and other bad guys that actually attack Mario in this game and the next either work for Bowser or just have anger issues or BPD or whatever. Kammy Koopa is Bowser's advisor in this game. She's kind of funny. She's a Magic Koopa like Kamek in Yoshi's story, but she's like one of the most powerful ones, so she seems to have risen in the ranks to be Bowser's right-hand man. She comes by to check on Mario.
No fucking clue how I'm gonna do this.
Can't get out before flying off. No big deal. The Goomba Grandpa was doing some work out back.
No fucking
Let's go borrow
clue.
his hammer so we can break the block. I really like when the game is a little silly like this. The sense of humor is subtle and it's understated, and it's just nice. We find the grandpa and the hammer, and we're greeted by this infant that's really pissed off for some reason. The battle system in Paper Mario is kind of a work of genius, but we don't actually have access to our full combat potential yet, so I'll talk about it in a minute. We make our way back to the village, and the cool Goomba Grandpa lets us keep... Cool Goomba Grandpa. Goomba Grandpa. The cool Goomba Grandpa lets us keep the hammer and gives us a badge to help us on our journey as well. Badges in this game are special items that we can collect and equip that give us access to special moves that we can use during battles, and sometimes outside of battles. Basically in Paper Mario you have three stats, HP, FP, and BP. HP is pretty obvious, it's how much health Mario has. FP stands for flower points, and it's basically your magic or mana meter. Whenever you use a move other than the standard jump or hammer attacks, you use FP and you won't be able to use those moves if you're too low on it. BP is badge points, and the more badge points you have, the more badges you can equip. FP and BP kind of go hand in hand, and the game is a lot more fun with the more of these that you have. You get a choice every time you level up to pick one of these to put more points into. It's great that the game gives you the opportunity to kind of play it how you want. You can play through the entirety of the game without upgrading Mario's health at all if you want a challenge. It's cool. We take the badge that Grandpa gave us, and we let Goombario come along with us. He's our first partner character. The game overall has 7 of them that'll join us on our journey, but in many ways this guy is my favorite. Each partner character comes with their own abilities that'll help Mario out throughout the game, and Goombario specifically gives this game a lot of personality. His ability is that he'll inform Mario about any area we're in or any characters we come across, and sometimes he sprinkles in his own funny little opinionated commentary. It really makes the world feel a lot more alive, and I always like having him around. These two characters just go together, like peanut butter and jelly, or a pack of menthol cigarettes and Ryo Fukui's 1976 album Scenery. If you know, you know. We make our way back to Toad Town to the west, but we're stopped by some of Bowser's goons, the Goomba Brothers and the Goomba King. These guys are easy. We can use Goombario's tattle ability in combat, and he'll usually give us a hint on the best way to defeat the enemy, but I've played this game 4,000 times, and I know that this fight is over in 10 seconds if you slap the spiky seeds out of this tree with Mario's hammer. Boom. After we take care of these losers, we head towards Toad Town. Everyone is amazed that Mario isn't dead, but come on dude, he's super fucking Mario. Would you fuck with this guy if you saw him in the street? Of course you wouldn't. Italian excellence is what he is. You know, I was rewatching The Sopranos the other day, and Tony actually plays Mario Kart with his kid. I wonder what the general opinion on Super Mario is within the Italian mob. Like, they probably appreciate the positive representation, right? I don't know. If anybody watching this is an Italian gangster and you also have particularly notable opinions about the Super Mario series, please DM me on Twitter. I have a really fucking stupid idea for a podcast. We should probably get home and see if Luigi is okay. He was at the party when the castle got hijacked, right?
Yeah, IDK, what to do? I have no idea what to do for this, particular panel. So I guess let's ignore it for now.
Luigi, stop being a neurotic bitch. You know, I'm really glad Luigi actually gets to talk. He takes a back seat in this game, but it's really funny seeing him speak with Mario while Mario hits him with that INTJ stare. Mario is still a pretty decently interesting character in this series though. He emotes and reacts to stuff in an understated way that makes him seem like he's just a quiet guy. He never feels blank or stoic, you know? He emotes a lot more in games like Super Mario RPG and Superstar Saga on the Game Boy Advance, up to a ridiculous and comedic degree even. And I like those portrayals of him as well, but I'm really fond of him in the first 3 Paper Mario games especially. He's just a consistently nice presence despite never saying anything, and I'm always happy to play as him here.
Oops.
What were we doing again? Despite the fact that Princess Peach's castle is miles in the sky and the kingdom is in turmoil, this game has such a cozy and relaxed atmosphere. You can really follow the story at your own pace. It's a lot of fun to just run around and talk to NPCs with Goombario and stuff. It rocks. Oh yeah, Shooting Star Summit. Let's head up there and make contact with the Star Spirits so they can instruct us on what the fuck we need to do to save Peach and give Bowser a wedgie. I love Shooting Star Summit. It features my favorite song in the game. I love when this game's soundtrack uses atmospheric pads, and this song specifically really stuck in my head as a kid. It definitely influenced my taste in music and my sensibilities as a guy that makes music. By the way, you can listen to the music that I make at soundcloud.com/fuckmyass. The spirits tell us that we need to find all 7 of them and free them from Bowser's clutches so they can charge their power together so we can kick his ass. The Star Rod makes him invincible, but if we free all 7 of the Star Spirits, we can beat him. Cool. The game shifts to show us what's going on up in the castle with Peach and Bowser. She's pretty depressed about her situation, understandably. She desperately wishes for someone to come and help her when this Star Kid shows up and introduces himself. Ah, I bet it is, buddy. I bet that is your name. That's great. Twink is only a youngster, so he can't grant big wishes yet, but he takes a special item from Peach that she wants Mario to have and sends him off to go find him. We also learn that Bowser enlisted the help of these Ninja Turtle Koopa guys called the Koopa Bros. They're guarding the Star Spirit Eldstar. Anyway, control is given back to us, and before we do anything else, I want to go see my favorite character in the game because she lives in Shooting Star Summit. Oh, to be a faceless, hooded character in a video game with magic powers. Merlovely can let us know where to go to find secret items and stuff, and her little brother, Merlo, will give us rare badges in exchange for star pieces. You find star pieces scattered throughout the game, all over, and if you collect enough of them, you can get some pretty sick badges for them. This one that ups Mario's attack power makes the game way easier. I love Goombario's little commentary in the house here. Yeah, you're a ladies' man, aren't you, big guy? There's also this chest here that's kinda cool. Later on, when you play as Peach, you'll find that there's a chest that looks identical to it in the castle. You can use it to send Mario special items that you find up in the castle. It's a neat addition, but I always kinda laugh because it definitely looks big enough for Peach to just, like, climb into. Like, just climb into the magic teleporting chest, dude, you can escape. I don't know, maybe she's claustrophobic. Oh, hey, it's Twink. I can get over it. I can accept that his name is Twink. I can say that straight-faced. It's just a name. Twink. He gives us the item Peach wanted us to have, and now we finally can use the action command during battle. Finally, I get to talk about this game's insanely good battle system. Paper Mario already stands a bit above the shoulders of other RPGs that existed at the time it came out because it incorporates elements in the overworld from platformer games. In most RPGs at the time, you just kind of walked around in a grid or a flat area or whatever, just kind of traveling around, but in Paper Mario you do jumping and platforming and shit. It's more video gamey, if that makes any sense. This translates to the battle system too. If you push the A button when you hit an enemy with your attack, you do more damage, like a second jump attack or a charged hammer attack by holding the control stick to the left. Each attack that Mario and his partner characters can do has some kind of simple input like that you can do to make the attack as effective as possible, and they're designed perfectly. None of them overstay their welcome, it takes 2 seconds max, and it always feels good to do. You always feel like you're putting a little extra oomph in your hits, and it's super satisfying. Alternatively, you can guard against most attacks attacks by hitting the A button right as the enemy hits you, and they telegraph their attacks perfectly so you always feel like you have a chance to guard to lose less HP, or take no damage at all in some cases. It's great. Thousand Year Door actually takes this shit to the next level by introducing counter hits and tricks and shit that you can do during attacks to boost your star power meter. It's kind of insane, and it's nice that they knew that the system was so good that they kept it going into the sequel with more bells and whistles. Look, it may not seem like it's that much, but it really manages to make the combat in this game feel really fun. In an RPG like this, you spend a lot of time in battles, and if they were a pain to play, it'd really bog the experience down, I think. We need to look for Eldstar, so let's go talk to Merlin. He's a shaman like Merlevle. He has a reputation in Toad Town for being an old cranky bastard, but everybody respects him because he's real wise and shit. If we're ever lost, we can pay him a visit to ask for directions. The first thing he tells us is that we need to head east, but there are these suspicious toads skulking around and they won't let us pass. We go tell Merlin and he zaps the shit out of them, revealing that they're just the Koopa Bros in disguise. This scene surprised the shit out of me as a little kid. Like, Grandpa's not fucking around. When does this guy join my party, you know? Now that the path is clear, it's time to head east. We get detoured slightly because there's this outbreak of fuzzies in Koopa Village, and they're wreaking complete havoc on these poor helpless turtle guys. Come on, be nice to them. Have you ever seen a turtle on his back? It's the saddest thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. We help drive the fuzzies out of Koopa Village and we follow them to get back one last shell for this guy named Cooper. Look, it's not the most creative name in the world, but it's fine. It's fine. Look, most of the names of the characters in this game are like puns or whatever. Every toad with a name in this game has a pun for a name. Like the chef woman is named Tasty, this little kid is named Lil T, toad that recently beat his addiction to methamphetamines is named Sobriety, you know, etc. Once we get Cooper's shell back, he joins our crew and his overworld abilities that we can launch him forward. I mentioned the abilities briefly before, but they're all fun and they're all essential to beat the game. Other than Goombario's ability, but that one's just nice. It's just fun. Okay, let's make our way into the castle. This is the first dungeon, and it's pretty cool. We'll spend our time here beating enemies that get in our way, find keys to open doors, hit switches, you know, video game shit. We meet Bombette, and she joins the crew as well. I really like all the partner characters in the game, but none of them hold a candle to Goombario, honestly. It just feels best to have a little guy with you that has something new to say whenever you want to talk. I usually spend most of the game with him because you can only have one partner character alongside you at a time. Anyway, boss time. I think the Koopa Bros shitty fake Bowser robot is really funny looking. Once we beat it, the bridge collapses and we have to fight the bros themselves. They're not so bad. We can topple them over when they stack up on top of each other, and they have to take a turn to get back up when they fall on their backs. The best strat is to bomb them with Bombette and then switch to Cooper so he can do his AoE attack to hit all of them at once. This takes a lot of FP to be able to pull off consistently, but if you've been battling most enemies you come across, you should be totally fine and properly leveled up for it. Most RPGs require at least a little bit of grinding, some more than others, but the Paper Mario games are designed against that. You never spend any time battling enemies over and over again just for the sake of leveling up. This is a point of contention for some people, but as you level up and progress through the story, a lot of the weaker enemies give you less and less experience points until eventually they don't give you any at all. The Goomba enemies at the beginning of the game would originally give you 3 EXP points each when you defeated them, but by the time you finish the Koopa Bros castle, they'll only give you 1. This is because the game isn't designed to be incredibly difficult at any point. I mean, you'll be able to beat any boss the first time you encounter them. You could argue that this type of design discourages playing this game more than once because you're essentially going to have the same experience every single time, but it definitely hasn't stopped me from playing it at least a dozen times. Eldstar is now free and he'll return to Shooting Star Summit to wait for us to free the rest of the Star Spirits. Now that he's free, we can use his ability Refresh in battle to heal both HP and FP. Each Star Spirit grants us a special ability that we can use during battles. This guy wearing glasses does a powerful attack that hurts all enemies, for example. It's nice that you have a decent gameplay related motivation for saving these guys separate from just wanting to progress the story. The more of these guys you save, the more cool abilities you get access to. The perspective goes back to Peach, and now we actually get a chance to play as her. She's being held captive in her bedroom, but we hit this switch, and the fireplace leads into a secret hallway that leads out into another room in the castle. We discover Bowser's diary and we read it, learning that the next Star Spirit is being held in Dry Ruins. It's cute that Bowser keeps a diary. He's a funny guy. They did a really good job making him a lovable goof in Mario RPG, and this carries into the Paper Mario series as well. Surprisingly lovable for a villain. This is the only game in the series where he's actually a villain, by the way. In Thousand Year Door door, he's kind of off doing his own thing, and in Super Paper Mario, he's straight up one of your party members. God, I like that game so much. It's so good. Anyway, Bowser catches us reading his diary and he sends us back to our room. Time to play as Mario again. I know I mentioned this before, but I really do love that this game never feels like it's breathing down your neck to quickly move on to the next story beat. You can go back to Goomba Village, check in on Goombario's family, you can practice battling at this dojo, you can talk to Toads to get the latest gossip. It really feels like a world that's alive. Twink lets us know that the next Star Spirit is in Dry Dry Ruins, so we need to go to Dry Dry Desert so we can find Dry Dry Ruins. I hope it isn't too humid over there or anything. I wonder what the humidity level is. And Dry. Oh hell yeah, we get to ride a train to the desert. Let's fucking go? When I was a kid, it always made me sad that Goombario had to sit on the back of the train. What if he gets lonely back there by himself? Oh shit, okay, we're already there. Never mind. Why is there an egg in this bush? Okay. Since we're in a new location, I'll mention that I love that they put so much effort into these battle screens. There are so many areas in this game that you battle enemies in, and they all have unique backgrounds and stuff. It's genuinely really nice looking. Okay, we've got to figure out how to get to Dry Dry Desert. There's this mailman Paracoopa named Paracarry, and he apparently is looking for some letters that he dropped. We run around and pick them up for him, and he decides to accompany us. Paracarry is probably my second favorite partner in the game because he also contributes to the game's world feeling more alive. If you have him around, you can deliver letters to different NPCs and it's a lot of fun to play mailman. You find letters scattered throughout the game, and there's this one particular chain letter side quest that's a lot of fun involving tons of NPCs scattered all across different cities and towns in the game's world. You have to get pretty far in the story to be able to complete it because it requires you to go to some areas that you only have access to late in the game, so having it be in the back of your head while you're playing is cool. It's the type of thing you can just do if you want. There's no penalty for not doing it. Paracarry is going to be your buddy no matter what, but if you deliver letters to people, they'll usually reward you with a star piece or badge or whatever, and finishing the chain letter side quest specifically gives you a super rare badge. In the overworld, Paracarry can pick up Mario and carry him over gaps that are a bit too far to jump across, and this is definitely super helpful. We make our way through the mountains and this big buzzard stops us in our tracks. His eyesight is pretty bad, but he's like 75% sure that we're Mario. This part rules because we can just tell the guy we're Luigi and he'll believe us. He'll just be like, oh okay, that makes sense, and fly back to his nest. If you tell him that you're Mario or you try to tell him that you're Princess Peach, he'll fight you though. I usually fight him for the experience points. Right at the start of the desert, this Koopa explorer named Colorado has set up his camp. He and his archaeologist team are apparently looking for Dry Dry Ruins as well, trying to find lost treasure or whatever it is that people that study archaeology do. I don't know. I don't give a shit. Cooper is apparently this guy's next door neighbor back home in Koopa Village, and he's excited to meet him out here. That's cute. If we follow the path, we'll make our way to Dry Dry Outpost where we can do a little investigating. I really like this part of the game. It made me feel really smart as a kid because the game doesn't really tell you what to do here to progress. You just kinda have to figure out what to do from talking to people here. We learned that there's an information broker somewhere in town, so naturally looking for him should be our first priority, right? We ask around and eventually find this shady looking guy named Sheik. He mentions that he loves sour fruit. Alright, sure, who doesn't love sour fruit? Somebody else in the town mentions that there's an oasis in the desert, so let's go look for that. Once we find it, we see that there are these trees that have lemons and limes. Nice. There's also a super block here. We can use this to level up one of our party members. There are a bunch of these in the game, but I think this is the first one that we can find while playing the game normally. Leveling up one of our buddies makes their attack power go up and also gives them access to a new ability. Pretty cool. We take the lemon back to Sheik and he's super happy about it and decides that he trusts us enough to give us an in with the town's information broker. We have to buy 2 completely useless items at the shop here in a specific order to get the shopkeeper to give us instructions on how to meet the guy. We follow his directions and we end up on a path on the rooftops of the town and we end up meeting the guy. His name is Moustafa? Sheik is his alter ego or whatever. He was just testing us to make sure that we were a nice guy before giving us the help we need. He gives us a gem that will beep and light up when we're close to Dry Dry Ruins. Before we go running around in the desert, let's go meet another mysterious babe. This is Merle.
God.
She's Merlevlay's twin sister.
The fucking Dran sword, the blue.
Out of the
It
three
makes me
shaman
so
characters in this
sad
game
that
you
I
can
don't
play
have
for
a
services, Myrlei's magic is the
Cobalt
most
Drake.
powerful. If you give her some money, she'll cast a
Because the
spell on
blue
you that'll
Dran
up your
sword
attack
is
power or
so
double your
fucking
experience
nice.
points or something else at random.
And I
It's
assume
usually
they're the
helpful when it
same
happens,
blue.
But it's like, you know, completely out of your control. Anyway,
It
the
is
desert's
just
layout
a
pretty big, and it's
beautiful
really
blade.
difficult to actually get lost. The path in the middle is easy to find, and from there you can either make your way to the right to Dry Outpost or to the left out of the desert.
I know. I hope fucking Hasbro does an Arrow Pegasus and a Cobalt Drake at some point. I really do. Yeah, unfortunately, most people are going to be spinning the normal ones.
Wow, cool. Dry Ruins is pretty similar to the Koopa Bros castle. Hitting switches, finding keys, beating enemies.
I actually
still
think this
works.
Dran
New
sword is
hammer in
probably
here, so
my
now we can break stone
favorite
blocks and
of
do
the
twice
metal
as much
coat
damage in
blades.
battle with hammer attacks. It may seem
Hell's
like I'm skipping over the
Hell's
dungeons in
Chain
this
might
game,
be
but they're
pretty
not
close
bad
second.
at all or anything.
I
You have
think
a lot of
that
chances
pure
to use your
black
partner's
is very
abilities to
nice.
Make your way through a lot of battles, sometimes puzzles that are pretty fun.
I do like
difficult or stressful. These puzzles for third graders aren't going to give you post-traumatic
I do
stress
like
disorder
Dran
or
Buster as well
the
too.
dungeons are fun and good
The
overall,
candy
I just
apple
don't have
red
that
is
much
very
to say
nice.
about most of them. The boss in Dry Ruins is Tootin' Koopa, and I like that when you beat him, his little chain chomp lackey turns on him and chases him out of the ruins like I'm watching Looney Tunes. We free Mamar,
Although
the second star
Cobalt
spirit, and get her
Dragoon
ability Lullaby.
Black
I
is
honestly
also
never
very
used
nice.
this ability, but the second bar in our star
I
power
don't know.
meter is
Metal
helpful
coats are
because we
cool.
can now use Refresh, the superior ability, twice as much. We get to see how Peach is doing up in the castle again.
Oh
and
my
play as her a decent
God.
amount, stealthily walking through the castle to see if we can find any clues on where the next star spirit is being held. These sequences are just fine. This might be a controversial opinion or whatever, but most stealth shit sucks in games. Like, even most stealth games suck because they're boring. I tried playing Splinter Cell once and I got so depressed I had to take a 6-hour nap in the middle of the day. These sections are fine though. If you get caught, the guards don't want to get in trouble with Bowser, so they quietly take you back to your room and you can just immediately try again. In the outer hall sections, you've got to avoid the lights from the guards, and in the inner sections, you got to make sure the guards aren't looking in your direction when you sneak past them. It's not especially challenging or fucking life-changing or whatever, but these sections where you play as Peach don't overstay their welcome, and they're a nice opportunity to organically give Mario the information he needs to progress the plot. Peach eavesdrops.
I did a
on these
way
guys
better
to
job with this fucking drawing. Man, some of these like drawings are like infinitely easier because I feel like I solved shit better in them.
Are talking about how Tubba Blubba secretly has a weakness of some kind. We unfortunately get caught though, and the perspective goes back to Mario. Before we head towards Forever Forest, let's go exploring a little bit. Another amazing thing about this game is the underground section. Basically underneath Toad Town there's the sewer system that's a lot of fun to explore more and more as you progress through the game. There's optional bosses, items to find, upgrade blocks. You steadily gain more and more access to it as you acquire abilities and upgrades throughout the game. It feels really cool to progress a bit of the story and then head back there to see how much further you can go and what kind of new stuff you can find underground. There's enemies to fight, Goombario constantly complains about how stinky and shitty it is. It's really good. In the sequel they actually expanded upon this idea like tenfold. The underground is a lot bigger and more fun to explore in that game. You know what, fuck it. I'll talk about Thousand Year Door a little bit here because it's kind of the elephant in the room. If someone says they're into Paper Mario, they're usually talking
I hope that
about
the new
this
metal
game,
coat
Thousand
white
Year
looks a
Door.
little
It's
bit better
objectively
than the
most important
Drans.
one in the series, and from a gameplay perspective, I'd say that it's the strongest. The gameplay basically just takes everything that the first game does
I
and
still
elevates
like
it
them,
to
but they're
another
kind of
level.
matte
But here's the
finish.
thing about Thousand Year Door. It's a little bit
Nardu
overrated.
Hodo.
I'm sorry. Even though it's a bigger and better game, I think a lot of the charm from the first game is kind of lost in translation. Thousand Year Door does things like expanding the battle mechanics, making your partners more compelling and well written, and the world design is honestly a lot more unique and interesting than the first game. But it also does a lot of things that I'm not huge on. If it's been a while since you've played Thousand Year Door, the writing is probably not as cute as you remember. It tries just a little bit too hard to be funny constantly, and it's inferior to the first game's generally sensible and subtle tone. Look, I'm not insane. I'm not going to say Thousand Thousand Year Door is a bad game, because it isn't. It's not even close to being a bad game, but it's my least favorite out of the original 3. Super Paper Mario takes things to a completely different dimension, and the writing, art style, and world design are all so absolutely obtuse and weird that it circles back around to being really charming again for me. Anyway, Thousand Year Door is great, but it's not my favorite, okay? Okay, glad I got that out of the way. Forever Forest is right outside of Toad Town, and everybody talks about it being haunted. We head into the forest and are greeted by this Boo that works as a butler in a mansion deep into the forest. He apparently was sent by his master to invite us there, as the master of the mansion apparently has information for us regarding the Star Spirit. Cool. Forever Forest is interesting. I like the colors and look of it, but I remember it frustrating me a bit when I was young. You have to watch the bushes that sit in front of these gates. The bush that's different from the others in each zone is the one in front of the correct gate to progress. If you pick the wrong gate, you're booted back to the beginning of the forest, but it's not especially difficult. Some of the bushes are immediately very obvious even, but you're doing all this while also dealing with more fuzzies, and they're the most annoying enemy in the game. The worst ones are later on during the Yoshi's Island chapter, but all of them are at least a little bit annoying to battle. Don't worry though. While I was bitching about the fuzzies, we made our way through the forest and we've arrived at the mansion. Boo's Mansion is a really neat little area, and in hindsight it's pretty interesting to think about. This game came out 13 months before Luigi's Mansion, and they first teased the idea of Luigi being afraid of ghosts in this game to my knowledge. Back at Mario's house, you can enter a secret panel after you've gotten the ground pound ability and read Luigi's diary where he talks about how scared of ghosts he is. As you progress through the game, he writes more entries talking about how jealous he is that Mario gets to go on an adventure without him, and eventually he talks about how he'd like to star in his own adventure. They knew what they were doing. It's a cute little thing to look back on. Anyway, the mansion is a neat area to explore. There's no enemies to fight, but there's items to collect and use in specific situations to help you progress, and the Boos actively test you in some places. I like this section where you have to grab a vinyl record and play it for this Boo that's easily distracted so you can get him to dance, so you can get to the chest that he's guarding. After a little bit of exploring, we make our way to the top floor to meet the master of the mansion, Lady Bo. She's super cute. I like that she does a fancy lady laugh while holding up her fancy lady fan. Apparently the Star Spirit managed to escape Tubba-Blubba's manor, and now Lady Bo is holding it hostage until we help her. She wants us to go kick the shit out of Tubba-Blubba because he's constantly leaving his manor and eating booze, and she justifies this request by reminding us that if the Star Spirit hadn't escaped, we would have had to go defeat Tubba-Blubba anyway. She's not wrong, I guess. She joins up with us to help kick Tubba-Blubba's ass, and we leave the mansion. Oh shit, it's another desert? This one's actually quite different from Dry Dry Desert. For one, it's a lot smaller and more straightforward. It's also got this very unique atmosphere with all the dilapidated buildings and ghosts flying around everywhere. I've never played this game and gotten annoyed about there being two deserts so close together or anything because they feel very different from each other. Tubba-Blubba shows up and eats one of the Boos, and after seeing this shit happen with our own eyes, it's time to go get this guy. Who the fuck eats ghosts? Why? It's so fucked up. Tubba-Blubba's manor feels like a crack shack compared to the really nice mansion that we were just in. This place has dust everywhere, it feels like it's falling apart. It's gross, and it's easy to feel really small because of how high all the ceilings are. Bo's ability to make Mario turn invisible comes in handy here with all the security robots flying around and stuff. We sneak into Tubba-Blubba's room while he's asleep and steal this key, and this little cutscene and the carnage and destruction that follows it gave me so much anxiety as a little kid. This key starts screaming when we pick it up, and Tubba-Blubba Blubba wakes up. We know that we can't fight him, he's invincible, so our only option is to haul ass out of his manor as quickly as possible. Tubba Blubba chases us and fucking destroys entire sections of his house, trying to stop us from leaving with the key that he was guarding. God, Jesus Christ.
I know I already played Paper Mario already, but man,
the door closed for us as long as they can, but you know they're all fucking goners once he breaks down the door. We've got to move quickly to get to the lighthouse right outside of Boo's
I might have
mansion
fucked
so we can use
myself
the key that we found. It's really nerve-wracking making our way there on foot
with
while knowing that
this.
there's a 2-ton beast chasing after us. It's a really effective gameplay moment. Once we unlock the door to the lighthouse, we make our way inside, and now we have to defeat Tubba Blubba's heart. This was the big secret of his invincibility. His heart exists down here, and he's just an empty shell immune to damage or death without it. Time to beat the shit out of this guy's heart, I guess. This fight is pretty easy if you use Bo's ability to turn Mario invisible. He charges up this really strong attack one turn and unleashes it the second turn, but if you use Bo's ability, she's just like, nah, no thanks. Once we defeat it, we chase it out of the lighthouse and it reunites with Tubba Blubba. We kick his ass pretty quickly too, though. He's not even close to invincible anymore now that he's got his heart back. He goes back to his manor and pukes up all of the booze he ate. Gross, but cool, I guess. Happy ending for the little ghost guys. Yay. Bo decides that she loves adventuring with Mario and decides to stick with us to help us save the rest of the Star Spirits. She releases Scolar, the Star Spirit she was holding, as promised, and with him free, we're finished with another chapter in the game. How's the video going so far? You having fun? I'm having fun. Thanks for hanging out with me today. The last chapter was a lot of fun, really grand with all the different locations that we had to go through to find the Star Spirit. This game manages to feel really vast, like a real adventure. It's a really special experience. This next chapter feels quite different, with most of it actually taking place within Toad Town. Once we make our way back out of Forever Forest, we arrive in Toad Town, but things are a bit chaotic. The normally sweet and relaxing music has been replaced with a version of the song at a higher tempo with a bit more of a frantic energy to it, and there are a bunch of Shy Guys running around, causing havoc. Uh-oh. Similar to the Fuzzy outbreak in Koopa Village before, we've got to bop a lot of these guys over the head with a newspaper and make them run off. A lot of Toad Town residents have had their possessions stolen by Shy Guys, and now we have to go find them and return them. Man, Mario never gets a fucking break, does he? Mario, we need you to save all the Star Spirits. Mario, the Shy Guys stole my calculator, I need you to get it back for me. Mario, we need you to take this SOCOM 16 rifle replica and hold it above your head in a Bed Bath & Beyond. We're also trying to investigate where the hell the Shy Guys are even coming from, and we eventually use Bo's ability to stake out this empty building for a minute, until we notice a Shy Guy traversing through a secret panel in the wall.
Alright, come on.
Oh shit, Magic Toy Box. This is where they live, huh? Oh Jesus, I'm getting sensory overload a little bit in here. This music makes me feel like I'm at fucking Chuck E. Cheese trying to keep from having a nervous breakdown. I'm not gonna make any observations as to how this toy box's existence is possible or why there are toads living in here. I'm just gonna pretend it's a Narnia thing and move on. The toy box is pretty good. Shy Guys are cute. I always liked them a lot growing up. I like the little sounds they make in games like Yoshi's Story, and I like their overall design a lot. You know, a lot of Mario enemies are actually insanely well designed. Boos and Bob-ombs are designed in a really appealing way, like Kirby and the characters in that series are. Little circle guys are just really good. I theorize that the human brain is predisposed to immediately register little circle guys as friends. It just makes sense to me. We find a key belonging to the shopkeeper in Toad Town in the toy box, and when we bring it back to him, he's so thankful that he lets us take anything we want from his storage closet. The only thing we really need is this toy train. We toss it into the toy box and it turns into a real working train that we can use to travel to different areas within it. I like the rhythm of this chapter, progressing a bit further into the toy box, finding an item or something to take back into Toad Town, and then returning to get a little further along. Some people might complain about this and call it backtracking, but that is not something I've ever had any kind of issue with in video games. If I get to run around, I'm happy. I'm not a difficult guy to please. Once we get far enough into the toy box, we find a big lantern ghost guy. Once we beat him, the light from his lantern escapes, and we're greeted by the next member of our little gang here. Watt is a Sparky, and some people get hung up on their gender for some reason. The game calls them a she most of the time, but then there's a typo later on when you give her an upgrade where the game will refer to her as a he. I personally don't give a shit. They're a baby. I don't care if the little electricity baby is male or female. though. What I do care about is how helpful they are to us on our adventure, and thankfully Watt's abilities are pretty good. She can light up dark places like caves and also show us hidden blocks in the overworld if it isn't dark. She's pretty unique because she can give Mario buffs and paralyze enemies, and she's one of the few companions that we have that can attack virtually every enemy in the game, whether they're in the air, on the ceiling, or whatever. Welcome to the crew, little friend. At the end of the toy box, we find the leader of the Shy Guys, General Guy. To save the next Star Spirit, we're gonna have to beat them, you know the drill. This fight's a big spectacle, defeating the barrage of Shy Guys thrown at us before the General himself comes out. It's a really fun and flashy boss fight. You know, speaking of flashy, I think a lot of game developers don't really think too much about stuff like atmospheric lighting and particle effects when they're creating the visuals for their games. Art style and animation is important in a game that uses sprites or 2D assets like this for sure, but stuff like the lighting and scaling effects in areas like Shooting Star Summit really do a good job of making this game feel more memorable and striking. Games like Hollow Knight don't necessarily have the most incredibly detailed hand-drawn sprites in the world or anything. Although they are really nice to look at, that game shines because of its atmospheric effects and stuff. Look, I'm not an artist or an art expert or anything, but I think that a little visual flair really goes a long way in developing a game that's striking and memorable, I think. It's the type of thing that separates a game like Hollow Knight from Bug Fables. We've now freed Muscular, the next Star Spirit. We're making great progress here, aren't we? Let's go see how things are going back up in the castle with Peach and Twink. There's this fat fuck Shy Guy hanging out in the castle and he wants Peach to bake him a cake. I'm not intelligent enough to make a joke about how this is misogynistic, so let's just move on. This cooking section is cute. A few timing mini games and we're done baking a delicious cake. The fat Shy Guy loves it and tells Peach where the next Star Spirit is. Looks like we're heading to Lava Lava Island. Back in Toad Town, we head to the west end of the city towards the docks and see our dude Colorado hanging around. There's also this whale hanging out in the water. He's got a stomach ache or something, so he asks us to go in his stomach to investigate. Fine, fuck it dude, I'll do whatever this game wants. You know, I wouldn't normally just walk into any whale's mouth, but Goombario says that he has kind eyes. And you know what? I trust Goombario with my life. So, whatever. Hang on, let's turn the lights on. I really don't enjoy the tongue physics in this part. Oh my fucking god, Goombario, stop talking about how squishy it is. I don't... There's this little worm caterpillar creature in the whale's stomach that's just jumping around like crazy and giving him indigestion. We kick his ass and then the whale shits us out. I like the big dumb whale, he's cute. He's just taking a nap with his mouth open. The whale shows us his gratitude by offering us a ride to any place we want to go. So this is how we're gonna get to Lava Lava Island. Colorado conveniently also really wants to go to Lava Lava Island because there's some treasure to uncover or whatever. Sure, he can come along too. I didn't talk about him much before because we just met him that one time in the desert, but he's a really funny character. He's a flighty dipshit that's constantly getting into trouble, and his wife is perpetually mad at him because he always leaves home to go on archaeology expeditions without telling anyone. He's also British, which is funny by default. Lava Lava Island is where the Yoshis live. I always feel excited to get to this section of the game because I love Yoshis. Yoshi was always my pick in Mario Kart and Mario Party and stuff. Let's start asking around and see if we can get any clues as to where the next Star Spirit is. Lava Lava Island is a cute area. It isn't exactly breaking new ground or anything, but I think the jungle theme is nice. Paper Mario's locations in general aren't pushing the envelope of environmental design in video games too far. Again, they'd explore more diverse environments in sequels, but I think this game's areas are attractive and nice overall, and they happen to be just unique enough to stand out just a bit above the shoulders of most Mario games that had come out by this time, I think. Colorado is investigating the island for treasure, and we have to save him from a few scuffles he gets himself into. Colorado even pokes fun at himself for this after it happens a few times, which I think is pretty funny. The central village on the island is where most of the Yoshis live. There's even an item store and an inn to sleep at and stuff. They probably have a Jack-in-the-Box and a Best Buy somewhere too, where I can pay more money than anyone should on an extremely underwhelming pre-built PC. One of those stupid long monitors that I don't understand. After investigating to see if we can enter the volcano where the Star Spirit is rumored to be, we find that it's pretty much completely inaccessible to us. There's a lava pit in the way and seemingly no other entry, so I guess we can head back to the village and ask around some more. Oh god, what the fuck is happening? Why is everyone running around and crying? Apparently the children of the village all ran off somewhere and all the adults are panicking. You're all terrible parents and I'm fucking calling CPS. Alright, this cheap lady named Sushi, which is actually a pretty funny name for a fish character, not gonna lie, is basically the nanny for all the Yoshi kids, so when we run into her in the wilderness, she decides to join up with us to help us find the kids and send them home. Sushi's ability outside of battle is pretty situational, but it's still a really cool ability. We can ride on her back to traverse water, which was impossible before, and there are even some areas in the game where we can go out of our way to explore places blocked off by water that are completely optional. In combat, Sushi doesn't do too many things that are unique, but that's alright. I like her energy. She's just got this really neurotic, Midwestern 45-year-old mom vibe to her that makes her a pretty funny and welcome presence. We find and save all of the Yoshi babies, and they promise not to leave the village without supervision again. Cool. Once we make our way back, we explain to Sushi what we're doing on Lava Lava Island, and she's touched that Mario is going out of his way like this to save Princess Peach, and she decides she wants to help us. So she's an official member of our crew now. She's probably been fantasizing about living out a plot from one of her Christian romance novels for years now. Sure, she can hang. The leader of the village is grateful to us for saving the children, and he gives us this jade statue so we can find Raphael the Raven and ask him for his help. Raphael the Raven, and the Ravens in general being here, is pretty cool, because before this I'm pretty sure their only appearance in the Mario series was in Yoshi's Island. They're cute little guys, although I don't like that they have feet with, like, toes. It's kinda weird to me. Goombario is also strangely a huge fan of the Ravens. He thinks they're so cute and goes on these little rants if we ask him what he thinks of them. There's even this insanely good little bit here that I wasn't familiar with before, where he mentions that he was talking to Cooper about ravens, and Cooper was like, "Okay weirdo, shut up, I don't care." I fucking love it. I live for this shit in RPGs. I wish this type of interaction between the party members happened more often in this game, to be honest. I actually wish this type of thing happened more in RPGs in general. I have quite a few qualms with the Persona series, but one thing I really appreciate about those games is that each of your party members feel like real people and they interact with each other and stuff. I'd love if more game developers making RPGs included stuff like that. It's just really cool to me. Sorry, let me get back on track here. We put the jade statue into this totem thing deep in the wilderness, and we follow a path to this huge tree. It's a striking visual with the camera all zoomed out as you climb. I like it. We make our way to the top to speak with Raphael, the oldest and wisest raven, to see if he can help us enter the volcano. He and his little raven guys all lead the way back to the jungle outside of the volcano, and they build us a pulley system thing. I don't know what a pulley is. This is probably a pulley, I think. We use it to get to the entrance of the volcano. Raphael also gives us this red orb that we can use to upgrade our party members a second time. This is super nice, because by this point in the game, Mario is significantly stronger than all of his little buddies. But if we upgrade them a second time, they're almost strong enough to hold their own. It's cool. I know a lot of people prefer the way they handle the partners in Thousand Year Door, with them having their own leveling system and health bars and stuff, but I think I prefer the way they do things in this game. In Paper Mario, your partners can't run out of health because they don't have a health bar. If they get damaged by something, they have to sit out for a turn or two. But you don't waste items or resources managing their health pool or mana or whatever. It's simple and streamlined and genuinely perfect in this game, I think. Okay, that's quite a few tangents now. Let's see what the volcano has in store for us. This shit is cool, right? Volcanoes are awesome. The volcano features a decent amount of caves and small puzzles and platforming sections, and we get to use a lot of our little friends' abilities here. We find another hammer upgrade in here, upping Mario's attack power even more, and now we can break these red blocks in the overworld. Colorado does this Indiana Jones parody thing where this big rock is chasing him, but he immediately eats shit. Poor guy. You can tell he doesn't have a bad bone in his body. He just loves archaeology and treasure hunting. He deserves better than this. We make our way into the deepest section of the volcano to fight this big piranha plant in the lava. Honestly, pretty awesome boss fight. About halfway through, we think we've beaten him, but then he sinks into the lava and comes out and he's on fire and shit. Hell yeah. This is the first boss fight in the game to pose a decent bit of challenge, I think, as well. Sushi's water squirt ability comes in handy here pretty good. Once we defeat him, we've saved the next star spirit. Oh fuck, actually, hang on. The volcano's about to erupt. We need to get out of here. I actually love this sequence because it's one of the few times where you feel like one of the star spirits is an actual character. Her name is Miss Star, and she helps us navigate our way out of the volcano. This definitely cemented her in my mind as being one of the more memorable star spirits, since most of the others we don't really see do too much. I mean, she's also supposed to be this like radiant lady with her luxurious ribbons and stuff. Her star ability is that she kisses you on the cheek. Okay, maybe a few different reasons why she sticks out to me. Now that she's safe and free, she returns to Star Haven to be with the other star spirits that we freed. But Colorado has some laments. He really badly wanted to find the treasure deep in the volcano, and now that it's erupted, he's afraid he'll never see it. He's pretty obviously dejected. Poor guy, but he's dead set on not leaving the island until he finds it. Lucky for us, we saw that the treasure actually landed in the middle of the wilderness after the eruption, so we go find it and bring it back to him. He shows us his gratitude by giving us this seed, which we'll get back to in a minute. We ride Mr. Whale back to Toad Town and notice this thing following us. I guess now would be a good time to talk about this little shit. So you remember the angry infant from the beginning of the game, right? This guy's named Junior Troopa, and he's kind of our rival character throughout this game, I guess. He's obsessed with Mario and is dead set on defeating him in battle, but he always loses to us. It's kind of sad at first, but he genuinely does get pretty strong and almost a little bit difficult as he makes more appearances throughout the game. During this appearance, for example, he thinks that he's got us on the ropes because he's flying in the air with a spike on his head. So normally we wouldn't be able to jump on his head or use our hammer. This is another great example of Paper Mario having insanely good battle design, and more points for the badge system as well, because we can approach this fight in a few different ways. Our tight collection of badges gives us a few options here. For instance, I personally have this badge that allows you to jump on spiked enemies. But there are a few other options, like the hammer throw badge. Plus we have a few party members that can hit the guy, like Watt or Sushi. Dipshit just can't win. I also love that Goombario is just like, yeah, this is my shithead next door neighbor. He just works out and orders crap in the mail. I love it. He's the most insufferable type of guy. Like, you know, he's shown up in Goombario's house, trying to sell Goomba shitty protein powder or G Fuel or whatever. You just know he listens to Swan's albums really loud while doing push-ups or whatever. This isn't the last time we'll see this guy, but I wanted to officially talk about him here because he's kind of easy to ignore during most of the game. God, I need to drink some water, hang on. This is the most I've talked out loud in like years. Back up in Peach's castle, Peach is getting restless and asks Twink if he feels like trying to sneak out for information again. Twink gently pokes fun at her for this. I find this bit of dialogue to be pretty interesting actually. Twink is like, wow Peach, I thought you were more delicate and princess-like than this. You know, like obviously joking, right? And Peach immediately gets really defensive, talking about how she is delicate and princess-like the ministers raised her to be. This is the only time anything relating to Peach's upbringing is ever mentioned to my knowledge. It definitely raises a few questions. Look, I'm not here to overanalyze anything in this baby game for babies, but it stuck out to me for some reason, and I appreciate any and all situations where these characters get to actually act like characters. So, we sneak out and head into this room before some of Bowser's goons immediately catch us. Instead of taking us back to our room like they should, they offer Peach a slot in this little game they're playing, which is honestly super cute. I like that even the enemies in this game have a little bit of depth to them. They're bored as hell, so they're setting up a little quiz game here, with pedestals for the contestants to stand at and the Hammer Bro guy being the host and everything. It's great. This is how we find out that the next Star Spirit is in Flower Fields, and we even learn how to access it. Once the show is done, the Hammer Bro gives Peach her prize, this magic umbrella that can make her shapeshift. This is going to be fun to use later on, for sure. Bowser shows up out of the blue and goes, hey guys, I want to play too, and immediately everybody's like, oh fuck. Fun's over now, this asshole's here. He sees Peach hanging out with the goons and immediately sends her back to her room. Lame. Whatever. Time to go to Flower Fields. So you remember that seed that Colorado gave us? It actually came from this guy hanging out in the wilderness in Lava Lava Island. This guy is a bulb, a type of plant that's fully sentient and can walk around and talk and stuff. There are quite a few of them hanging out in different parts of the game, and they each give us a seed. There's this toad tending the public garden in Toad Town, and if you bring her all 4 of the seeds, this door materializes in the middle of the garden, and it acts as a portal to Flower Fields. This shit was pretty magical to me as a kid. I like flowers. Flower Fields has this really bleak atmosphere to it, with the oppressive gray clouds in the background and the mopey droopy music playing. It immediately feels wrong. like, there's something off about it. This big tree guy living in the center of Flower Fields explains that the sun has disappeared because Bowser's followers have built this machine to make smoggy clouds, effectively bullying the sun out of the sky, so all the flowers are weak and sickly now. There's this shitty cloud guy hanging out up in the sky, and he's guarding the star spirit. But in order to get up there, we're gonna have to gather together the proper ingredients to make a magic beanstalk we can climb. Before we can do that, we've got to destroy the cloud making machine and chase the cloud assholes away. This chapter is set up in a way that I enjoy quite a bit. With a central hub and a bunch of linear paths to follow, we make our way down one path and find this flower being harassed by Monty moles. We defeat them and she rewards us with a magical bean. She's kind of obsessed with beans and seeds, it seems. She never plants them, she just like collects them, probably names them and plays with them and shit. All the flower characters in this chapter have something wrong with them. It's really, really great. She gives us the magic bean and goes, hey, make sure you don't plant it so it can live forever as a little bean. But we're gonna plant it. I'm sorry. She doesn't have to know. We head down all the different pathways and meet different flowers to receive items from them. This lily pad girl is my favorite. She's sweet but also extremely airheaded and forgetful. It's very cute. There's this extremely passive-aggressive yellow flower hanging out near this awesome looking crystal tree. And later on we find this rose girl that's extremely vain and narcissistic, and she's obsessed with beautiful things. Okay, so basically the sequence of events is that we need to meet the lily pad girl to find out that the water has been drained because the water stone was stolen by Bowser's goons. We find the rose girl has gotten her hands on the water stone, but she isn't going to give it to us because it's too beautiful and she needs beautiful things to stare at, which, I mean, fair enough. When you're a flower that can't walk, I'm going to assume any entertainment at all is probably going to be pretty important to you. So we have to go to the passive-aggressive flower to get a crystal leaf from the crystal tree, to swap it with the water stone, to take it back to Lily so we can restore the water in her pond, take some of the water for ourselves and use it to plant the seed that we got earlier from the seed girl. I may have made it sound a bit tedious there, but it's honestly not bad. Also, it's really funny to hear the fucking commentary from these flowers. They're all so shady and toxic, with the exception of the lily pad girl, I guess. This rose girl doesn't give a shit if the other flowers live or die. She just cares about how beautiful she is and surrounding herself with beautiful things. And the yellow flower is so incredibly passive-aggressively negative about every other flower in Flower Fields. It's amazing. Yeah, Lily? She's stupid. Rosie? Huge bitch. This lady, literally insane. Don't talk to her. I'm not like the other girls. Look at my cool fucking crystal tree. Jesus Christ, do you guys have a fucking Discord server I can join? We find the sun hanging out in this area by himself, and I like that the music becomes spicier here. The sun is understandably depressed about his situation. He feels like a failure. We promise him that we'll go clear up the clouds so he can go back to doing his job up in the sky, providing light and nourishment for all the flowers. On our way back to the hub, we're stopped by this Lakitu guy. He's really cool because he's wearing sunglasses, you see. He's working for the cloud guy that's guarding the star spirit. He challenges us to a battle, but we kick his shit in pretty easily. His girlfriend shows up and begs us to stop fighting, and he's like, damn shawty, okay. He's amazed by how strong we are and asks Mario why he fights. I like that we get multiple choices to answer with here, but no matter what we say, he decides that he wants to help us on our journey as a way to combat his own toxic masculinity. Respect. He keeps calling himself Spike, but his actual name is Lackluster, which is insanely funny because it sounds like a name that a Lakitu would have if he was a huge dork, right? Like the Lakitu equivalent of Eugene. I'm sorry if anybody watching this is named Eugene, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Lackluster's ability is that we can ride him in the air to move considerably faster, kind of comparable to getting a bicycle in a Pokemon game, and we can also traverse over spikes now. Pretty cool. Oh, hey, now that we have all of our party members, I'm gonna do that cool YouTuber thing. I'm gonna make a tier list out of all of them. Okay, fuck. Hang on. Okay, well, Gumbario's my favorite, and, okay, cool, perfect. I do genuinely like every character in this game a lot. I think they're all great. We use Lackluster's ability to get to the cloud machine and we beat the shit out of it, making the clouds dissipate. This makes the music change to be much cheerier and more fitting of the area, and as a nice bonus, any battles you do in the overworld have a new set piece behind them now, with all the clouds gone. Time to plant our beanstalk and go save another star spirit. Maybe first I should go back to Toad Town and heal up at the inn, actually. Let's go do that real quick.
Hello, Mario.
I like that after we ride the beanstalk to the top, we walk around on clouds. I think that's something every person has fantasized about at least once or twice in their life, right? The background clouds up here being in the shapes of different foods is interesting. I don't really get it, but it's cute enough. Maybe it's a reference to something? I don't care. Okay, this boss is actually pretty great. The more you hit him, the more little cloud guys come out of him to hurt you, so balancing trying to damage him versus trying to swiftly dispose of his little support squad makes for a fun, kind of tense battle. After we defeat him, we free Clevar, the penultimate star spirit. Whew, there's just one more of these guys left, and then we're in the final stretch of the game. Holy shit. Lava Lava Island was a lot of fun, and I know some people are down on Flower Fields because they wrongly think that backtracking is a negative thing.
Video games don't need filler.
But I like Flower Fields a lot too. The game honestly has not had any real lows, and thankfully I would say the rest of the game just continues to be really good. The next chapter is probably my favorite, and I'm really excited to talk about it. But first, a word from our video's sponsor, Cherry Blossom LaCroix. You wanna drink the shittiest fucking beverage your horrible greasy mouth has ever tasted? Go to the fucking stupid idiot store and buy a case of this reprehensible swill. Your wife will leave you, your kids will kill. So this last bit where we get to play as Peach is pretty great. We've been sneaking around as her during most of the intermissions here, and now we finally have something useful in our possession to make it more fun. We can use the umbrella we won at the quiz show to transform ourselves, and it feels really great to be able to walk around freely without any suspicion from the guards. We sneak our way to the top of the castle and unfortunately run into Cammy Koopa. She openly says that they've prepared for the worst, so even if Mario shows up with all of the star spirits, they'll be able to beat him. Before she goes into any more detail, she unfortunately catches us and sends us back to our room. We didn't learn anything about where the final star spirit is, so we're gonna have to figure this out from Mario's perspective. We go to see Merlin to ask for advice because we don't really have any other leads on where the star spirit could be. Surprisingly, he has a visitor. Merlin introduces us to the little ninja guy, and they state that they're from Starborn Valley in the cold region of the Mushroom Kingdom. Apparently a shaman that lives there named Merle needs to tell us something very important, and apparently this Merle is Merlin's son, so he's Merle's dad? Cool, I can ask him. There's a pipe somewhere underground that leads to the sugar region where we can find this guy and talk to him. Let's go find it. Hang on. I gotta get rid of my weed real quick. Alright, now we're talking. I love ice levels in areas in games, and I'm pretty sure Paper Mario is the reason for that. I saw snow in this game before I saw snow in real life, you know? It's kind of a magical thing to me. I love this shit. Look at how cute the little snowman is. Little penguins running around. This is it. This is game.
Alright, I don't think I'm gonna be able to ink this tonight.
Is inhabited with these little penguin guys. We need to leave the city to find Starborn Valley to talk to Merlin's son, but this penguin is being a huge pain in the dick. Apparently a stranger showed up in Shiver City, so they're on lockdown. Nobody leaves, nobody enters. Well, shit, suddenly I don't feel very welcome. Are we the stranger? Is it us? Are the penguins xenophobic? Oh cool, a key. Let's break the ice so we can get— oh okay. This fucking state trooper penguin isn't having our shit either. We're making a really good first impression. I'm kind of uncomfortable now. Let's just go talk to the mayor so we can be on our way. I feel like I'm intruding. We enter the mayor's house and his wife immediately is very welcoming of us, telling us to go ahead and see her husband if we need to talk to him. Alright, that's nice. At least somebody in this town is happy to see us. Let's go meet her husband. Dude, you good? Oh shit, I think his wife is coming into the room. Jesus Christ, what is happening? 2 seconds ago we were having fun in the snow and now there's a fucking corpse in front of us. Oh, come on, dude. No way. Ma'am, please.
You got me.
Ma'am, Goombario sticks up for us, and the officer agrees not to arrest us if we can find the actual culprit of the murder, but we're not allowed to leave Shiver City until we do. We can't even go back to Toad Town. They've got a penguin blocking the pipe. We're persona non grata now, the #1 suspect in this murder mystery. Well, we know that there's that key in the frozen lake. Since the pig is busy investigating the crime scene, let's go get it and see what it opens. Warehouse, huh? These mason jars are cute. There's so many of them in the game. Everybody's just really into pickling things and making jam and shit. Okay, spring upstairs. That's cool. This guy with the crazy eyebrows is named Hemingway. He's a famous author, I guess. He wrote a book called For Whom the Bell Tolls. It's apparently pretty good. I never read it. The only book I read as a teenager was Catcher in the Rye 12 times because I was the worst type of teenager. We explained to him that the mayor is dead, and since he's known in Shiver City for being a murder mystery novel guy, he's a suspect because this town is apparently full of judgmental dickheads. We follow him back to the mayor's house. Dude? Okay, look, it's nice that the mayor woke up, but holy shit, we were 30 seconds away from the fucking electric chair there. The mayor is awake and everything goes back to normal, so we ask him for permission to leave the city and he lets the guard know. Nightmare's over, fellas. Not you. I'm not dealing with you right now. I love the music that plays here so much, dude. It's so ethereal and airy, and it matches the cold environment very well. The snow falling
This is
down
one of
around
my
us while
favorite
we
songs
wander
in the
around
game
is
too.
really nice.
Have a good night, man. I'm about to wrap up myself.
Ghost? We've been to Bo's mansion, okay? This is old news. Whoa, it's a bunch of twinks. I didn't wake up this morning and expect to say that out loud at any point. Apparently the Star Kids that live in Starborn Valley like to combine themselves to create the illusion of a monster to scare people away. Fair enough, they want to keep this place a secret. If I lived near all those asshole penguins, I'd want them to stay out of my business too. We're greeted by Merle. You can tell he's Merlin's son because his mustache isn't quite as long as Merlin's. His job is to be the caretaker of the Star Kids that are born here before they ascend to Starhaven, I guess. Pretty noble profession. Taking care of kids is hard. Merlin and Merlevle and Merle all have it pretty easy comparatively, huh? We all have our crosses to bear, I guess. Merle speaks in a very polite and eloquent manner. I always forget about him whenever I start playing this game, but he's just as interesting as the rest of the shaman characters. You know, Merlin's a grumpy old man, Merlevle is a sexy flirt, Merle is whimsical and speaks in rhymes and riddles and stuff, and Merlot is just like an excitable little kid. But Merle comes across as a serious, steadfast man. He takes his position very seriously, raising Star Kids out in the cold. You know, real monk energy. He explains to us that Star Kids haven't been able to ascend to Starhaven because the Star Rod's missing. It's just fucked everything up for them. He's been in correspondence with his father this entire time, keeping up with our progress while we've been saving the Star Spirits, and he knows where the final one is. The final Star Spirit, Kalmar, came to Merle in a dream, beckoning for help. Bowser hid this last one in a place where nobody can normally access, atop Shiver Mountain. There's a crystal palace up there that's really mysterious. They built it as a temple to worship the stars, but over the years everyone started to forget about it, and now no one knows how to access it anymore. It's a faraway place that hasn't been touched by anyone in probably a few decades at least. A place no one is supposed to be anymore. Very ominous. Merle gives us this scarf that apparently is one half of the key needed to access Mount Shiver.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of like burning my brain looking at this too much. I'm gonna have to stop here.
You know what it is already. It's not a hard puzzle, but it's still cool. The snowmen move out of the way to reveal a door leading to the mountain passage. The mountain has a few enemies to fight and some small puzzles to solve, and overall it seems like this chapter is gonna be like the others, and then this shit happens.
But anyway, I'm gonna take it easy. Have a good night, guys.
I've literally played this game like 30 times, and this still always catches